Okay. I know I told you my name walking over here, but it's Krozak is my last name. That's a big Polish word with too many consonants in it, so just call me Jennifer. Okay. Did you notice that the employees next door have county uniforms on? So they're county and we're city. So I gotta ask you a bunch of the same stuff they probably already asked you, but I gotta have it for my own file here at the city. Okay. Is this the correct spelling of your name?
S-I-E-R-A-D-Y.
Just one R?
2 R's.
So it is correct.
S-I-E-R-A.
Okay, what's your middle initial?
R.
What's it stand for?
Rebecca.
Spell it.
R-E-B-E-C-C-A.
No H? Okay. Do you go by anything else other than Sierra? Okay. And where do you live now?
22701. Lakeshore.
Lakeshore?
Boulevard.
What's your apartment number there?
213.
And this is my boss, Sergeant Craig Morowski.
Hey Sarah, nice to meet you. Do you want a water or anything?
Yeah, I
Get you
can
anything?
bring it, yeah.
Get some water?
Yeah, because I ate.
I can do that for you.
right now.
Okay.
Coffee? You rather have coffee?
Just
Or
water.
Just water. All right. Very easy.
What's the zip code over on Lakeshore?
14123.
123? How long have you lived there?
Almost like 2 months.
Almost 2 months?
Mm-hmm.
And where did you live before that?
Harbor Crest.
What was your address there?
24451. Lakeshore Boulevard.
What was the apartment number?
119.
119?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the zip code was at Harbor Crest?
Same one.
Same? And how long did you live in the apartment at Harbor Crest?
2 years.
2 years. How old are you now, Sierra?
23.
What's your date of birth?
7/20/94.
July 20th,
94.
1994.
Mm-hmm.
Where were you born?
What year? 1994.
No, where were you born?
Oh, Cleveland.
Cleveland? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What's your phone number?
216-526-0790.
0790?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you black, white, mixed?
Black, African American.
Okay. How tall are you?
About like 5'3".
And how much do you weigh? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to.
I'm around like 143.
Okay. Our girls are funny about that sometimes. They get it. Would you say your hair is brown?
Black.
It's black? Okay. So naturally it's black?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And are those sew-ins? What are...
You might as well say yes, so is.
They're sew-ins?
Mhm.
Is that correct? Okay. Okay, so natural color is black. Currently wearing brown sew-ins. Eyes are brown?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You wear prescription glasses?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Farsighted or nearsighted?
Farsighted.
Do you want a religion on file?
What you mean?
Like, are you Christian, Muslim?
Christian.
Okay. What's your social? Do you have any tattoos?
Yes.
What do you have on your left arm?
This one. No, right here. It's a rose and my daughter's name, Aniya.
Can I see it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's colorful. Okay. Okay. And that's on your left.
And this one says, prayer hands through God, all things are possible.
And Aniya is N-A-N?
A-N-I-Y-A.
Okay.
And I have like a little rose right here.
Okay. Have you ever been married?
No.
No? Okay. Do you have children other than Aniya? What's Aniya's birthday?
No, 213.
Do your mom and dad live in the Euclid area?
Who?
Your mom and dad? Your parents?
Do they live in Euclid area?
Yeah.
No.
No, where are they from?
Buckeye.
Oh, they're from Cleveland.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
they're not out of state or anything. What's mom's name?
N-A-T-A-L-I-E. Natalie.
What is it?
N-A-T-A-L-I-E.
Oh, her name's Natalie? What's her last name?
D-A-Y.
Same as yours.
Mhm.
Do you know your mom's date of birth?
September 2nd.
September 7th?
Yeah.
Do you know what year your mom was born?
Mm-mm.
Do you know about how old she is?
50.
Okay, so she's approximately 50 years of age. And what's dad's name?
E-D-D-I-E. D-A-Y.
Do you know dad's birthday?
December 20th.
December 20th?
Mhm.
Do you know what year?
Mm-mm.
Approximately how old is your dad?
69.
Oh, he's 16. So he's quite a bit older than your mom.
Mm-hmm.
And they're both your natural parents?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you have siblings?
I have a twin.
Do you have a twin, boy or girl?
Boy.
Okay, I have a twin boy, a twin brother as well. Sometimes people ask if we're identical, which obviously is medically impossible when you're the opposite gender. What's his name?
Isaiah. I-S-A-I-A-H. I-S-A-I-A-H.
Isaiah. Is his last name Day as well? And his birthday is
Same.
7/20/94. Do you have any other siblings besides your twin Isaiah?
There's 10 of us.
Oh, there's 10 of you.
Mhm.
Okay, and where do you fall in the line of ages?
Well, me and my brothers were 23. Back to back, basically. 23, 24, 25, 26. Like that.
Okay, who's the oldest and who's the youngest?
Oldest is Alden.
How old is he?
26. No, 27.
Okay, so a lot of kids quickly in succession. How many brothers do you have total?
It's 5 and 5.
Okay, so you have 5 brothers
5 girls.
and 4 sisters. Is that right?
Yeah, because I make 5.
So the oldest is 26, and how old's the youngest?
23, which is me and my brother.
Oh, you're the babies?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Where do you work, Sierra?
Well, get ready, set, bro.
You work at,
Mm-hmm.
say it more slowly.
G-E-T. Ready, set, grow.
Get ready, set, grow. And is grow spelled out?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And what is your occupation with Get Ready, Set, Grow?
A teacher.
Teacher? Okay. Now, is that a daycare center?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know the address of the daycare center?
24600 Lakeshore Boulevard.
24600?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you know the phone number of the daycare?
Mm-mm.
No? Okay. You graduated high school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you graduate from?
Shaw.
Did you get your diploma?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any college?
Mm-mm.
No college?
Mm-mm.
Do you have any certifications in childcare?
Early childhood.
Early childhood? And where did you get that certification?
Shaw.
Okay. Did you get any college credit for that certification?
I got about a couple of credits.
Okay. All right. And what's the certificate called?
I don't remember. I just know it was dealing with childcare.
Okay. So you got an early childhood certificate, early child care certificate. You just don't know exactly what it's called, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what year did you receive that?
2013.
Is that the year you graduated?
That's the year I graduated.
Okay. And you got the child care certificate the same year? Okay. And how long did you do the child care program while you were at Shaw?
For 2 years.
Full-time junior and senior year?
11 to 12.
Okay. So I wrote down what you told me here. Okay, that's just our internal file number there. I already had your first and last name, so I added your middle name, Rebecca. Your only child is Aniya, born 9/2/13, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Eddie Day is your dad, December 20th, about 69 years old. Mom's Natalie, about 50 years old, born September 7th. You have a twin, Isaiah. Other than him, you have 4 other brothers, 4 sisters. You were all born in succession, so the oldest is 26 and you and your brother are the youngest. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. You got your diploma from Shaw High School, right? That's down here. And full-time in your 11th and 12th grade year, you studied early child care. Okay, you got that certificate and your diploma from Shaw in 2013. Okay. Currently work at Get Ready, Set, Grow. It's a daycare. Your occupation there is teacher. And it's at 24600 Lakeshore. You said you didn't know the phone number. Okay. You were arrested yesterday, which is the 11th of March, on the charges endangering children. I'm Krozak. You can call me Jennifer. The date is now the 12th. Is there anything on this form that you want me to add or needs changed?
No.
Okay, we've gone over everything on it. If you'll just sign it for me. Okay. Before we talk about any of the details surrounding your arrest or the incident, we do want you to understand your rights, okay? We're here in the interview room at the police department, okay? It's now the 12th of March. It is 20 after midnight. I'm going to read your rights while you follow along, okay? Before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and to have him with you during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. You also have the right to stop answering at any time until you talk to a lawyer. Do you understand those rights as I read them to you? Okay, you could just sign stating that. You can stand up if it's easier for you to manipulate. Okay. I'm going to read to you now this next statement, okay? This applies to you in the first person, so just follow along, okay? I, Sierra Day, have read this statement of my rights, and I understand what my rights are. I am willing to make a statement and answer questions. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand and know what I am doing. No promises or threats have been made to me, and no pressure or coercion of any kind has been used against me. Do you understand that statement as I read it to you? Okay. So if you'll sign stating that you do understand your rights and you're still here willing to speak with me. And I'll just witness your signature here. Okay. So we have a lot of questions we want to ask you, but first I want to give you the opportunity to talk about why you're here and what led to you being brought in today.
Let me start. Oh, because I called the ambulance today, which my dude had called because we was very concerned because my daughter had started breathing.
Okay.
We went to Red Lobster, which was Thursday, and it was the first time going there. And I had ate a lot. She ate, what do you call them? It was like some pasta spaghetti with what do you call that? Pasta spaghetti with pasta spaghetti. It's not crab legs, but it's shrimp. Or shrimp, and she had some other stuff or whatever. But she was doing fine when we was there. She was having a good time. When we left, we went home as a family, sat down, watched movies and stuff. We noticed Aniya started acting weird after we gave her like snacks and stuff. She threw it back up. So I called the nurse hotline, which is a 24-hour line or whatever. And I said I was very concerned. We left Red Lobster. I want to know why is my daughter throwing up. She said it could be a stomach virus. So I said, okay. And to my knowledge, I know Aniya is not allergic to nothing. So what I did, I gave Aniya ginger and I gave her Tylenol. She threw that back up. So I just laid her down. Because I just assumed it was probably somebody, the nurse was like, just let her lay down. She probably just want to rest. So then come Friday, and I was still pretending to do the same thing. And also Thursday night, she peed on herself.
Okay.
And Aniya normally goes to the bathroom. That was awkward to me. She
Okay.
did that twice.
When did you call the nurse again?
I called Thursday.
What nurse are you calling?
I just Googled one. I just called the 24 nurse hotline.
Okay. Okay, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
So then come Friday, I told my dude, I'm like, well, just go buy some pull-ups because I don't want to keep wasting her pennies and her clothes or whatever. So
Right.
he went to go do that. And then Aniya, we fed her, I think it was like Kim's, like French fries or whatever. She threw that back up. And I'm like, babe, I don't know what's going on because Aniya had never threw up this much. She just kept throwing up. And I'm like, I don't want to keep throwing up because it can make her lose weight. We kept trying to feed her. And that didn't work. I'm like, I don't want to keep stuffing her because she easily choke. I was concerned because she wasn't taking her down. So I did it again. I gave her some Tylenol. And my dude gave her some ginger ale. That didn't hold, whatever. So come Saturday or whatever, Aniya threw up again. I'm like, babe, I'm very, very concerned or whatever. So he was like, just let her lay down or whatever. So we let her lay down. He went to the store. He got her some soup.
What day was that?
For Saturday. He had got her some
Saturday.
soup.
Okay.
So I'm like, well, maybe she could take the soup down. I'm like, I don't want to keep giving her ginger ale, but he was like, we'll just give her ginger ale. I gave her ginger ale and I gave her some water. And she threw that back up.
Okay. And you're saying my dude, but you're talking about your boyfriend, right?
Boyfriend.
What's your boyfriend's name?
Deonte.
Okay. You can spell it.
Deonteles.
Okay. All right, so then what happened?
So come Saturday or whatever, he was like, just let her rest, don't bother her. I'm like, I'm very concerned because Aniya has never acted like this pertaining to whatever she ate, whatever. I'm like, it could be allergic actually, but I was notified when she was born she wasn't allergic to nothing.
Okay.
But come Saturday, she was like, mommy, I got a boo-boo. So I walked her to the bathroom and I sat on the toilet. I'm like, babe, we got to do something. Either we call the paramedics or because I don't know what to take it from this point or whatever. So she sat on the toilet. My dude was making a chicken noodle soup and I was giving her a little more ginger ale and I put a little more Tylenol in the ginger ale a little bit. We noticed a boom and I fell to the floor. And it left a mark on her eye and there was a cut on her eye. So I put peroxide on it and my dude had put some ice on it or whatever. So we took care of that. She was doing a little okay. But he was like, call the paramedics. I'm like, well, baby, just see how far it leaves from here. So we let her go. We let Aniya go to sleep or whatever. It comes Sunday. Me and my dude was asleep or whatever. And he was like, hey, you smell that? I'm like, no. And it was boo-boo as if she was just moving around in the bed or whatever. So I took her out the bed. And I just started wiping the bed down, washed her up. I had to take her hair down because it was boo-boo on the bed as if she was moving. I was like something was wrong. Washed her up or whatever. She was doing good. When I noticed when she was in the tub, she was just doing some awkward breathing.
When was this?
Sunday. She was doing some awkward breathing, whatever. So I took her out the tub. I'm like, baby, I think we're gonna have to call the paramedics. I don't know what to do. So I noticed she stopped breathing for a minute. I'm like, so I tried to do CPR. I put 2 hands on her and I did that. And it's like she came back. It's like she was gasping or she had came back. So I just started putting clothes on her. I'm like, because I was like, Deonte, my dude, I'm like, I don't know what to do at this point. I tried to do CPR. None of that worked. He was like, give her some more ginger ale. I'm like, no, she could probably choke or whatever. So I'm like, just call the paramedics. So as he called the paramedics, I was talking to a young lady or whatever, and she was taking me through the steps that I already did. And she was like, keep doing 15, whatever you call that, over and over. And I kept doing it, and it didn't work. And then I just prolonged this procedure until the ambulance got there, because I didn't know what to do no more. And I already knew it was going to lead to detective stuff because of the eye situation.
Okay.
But
You're right that the eye situation is troubling. When are you saying that happened, that she fell off
that
the
happened
toilet?
Saturday evening.
Saturday evening?
Mm-hmm. some tissue.
You got some?
Do you have a cold?
No, this is dryness.
Oh, okay. I got you. Hold on a second. So the you said that she fell.
We heard her. She was
toilet.
on the toilet because we went to go to the kitchen to go get some chicken noodle soup, and I went to go put some salt on her ginger. We heard a big boom.
What time on Saturday did that happen?
I don't know what it was like. It was in the evening sometime.
Okay. Was it dark out?
No, it don't get dark till like 5. It was around like 4:30. And I took care of that from there. I put peroxide and stuff on it because it started swelling up and getting bigger.
Okay. Yeah, and I did see Aniya and I saw the injury, and usually when it's lacerated like that, there'll be quite a bit of blood. The head bleeds a lot.
Mm-hmm.
What did you guys do to clean up the blood?
I put peroxide on it, and and she was a little warm too, so I laid a warm rag around her face.
Okay. What did you use to clean up the blood? Because if she hit
I used peroxide and I used a little alcohol, and I just placed like a warm rag on it.
You
I
used
just rubbed it
alcohol
down
on what?
On the little scar, alcohol and
Oh, you put alcohol on her face?
a little bit.
Ooh, that
I had
would
a
sting.
little.
Did she whine about the stinging?
No, not really.
No.
And I put a little peroxide on it and a warm rag.
Okay. Who was at Red Lobster with you guys on
It
Thursday?
was me, my dude, and a couple of his family members.
Okay, so give me the list again. Give me first names. It's you, right?
My dude Deonte, and he had like a couple of family members.
Who was there from his family?
I mean, I don't really be around his term, so I don't know. You can ask him.
Okay. What Red Lobster did you go to?
The one in Willoughby.
One in Willoughby. Okay. What other restaurants are by it?
I don't remember. I wasn't paying no attention. That was my first time even going to Red Lobster.
Okay. So you've got you and Deonte, and who else is there?
His family members.
Which ones of his family members?
It was
Their names, their first names.
I don't know his family members. I'm not around Deonte's family.
Was his mom there?
No.
Was his brother there?
It was a cousin. He had a cousin. I guess it was her boyfriend and 2 other people. It was like a quick thing just to get together. Everybody went like Red Lobster.
His cousin, her boyfriend,
And 2 other people.
and 2 other people? And who were the other people?
His family members.
Okay. Was his brother, do you know his brother?
Do I know his brother?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
What's his brother's first name?
I don't really know.
You don't know his brother's first name? Was his brother there?
No.
Not there? Do you know the name of his brother's son?
JC on?
Was JC on there that night?
No.
Okay, so when I get video from the Red Lobster, you think it's in Willoughby. I think it might be in a different city, but I think we're talking about the same place. Am I going to see anybody else with your party besides who you named?
Just us.
And who did you go through the list again so I make sure I have it right? It's you,
Me, Deonte.
Deonte,
2 other people. His me, Deonte, 2 other people, cousin and boyfriend.
okay. Female cousin?
Mm-hmm.
What's her name?
I don't know.
You don't know those 4 people's names?
No, I don't be around Deonte's family for real. It was just like to get together like real quick. I don't be around people for real.
Were there any other children besides? Wait, you didn't say whether or not Aniya was there.
Aniya was there.
She was there. Okay, you didn't name her in the list. I asked you a couple times. Okay, was Aniya the only child?
No.
What other child was there?
Oh yeah, Aniya was the only child. JC, I wasn't there.
Okay. When did you first meet Deonte?
10 years ago.
Okay, and then when did you guys start dating?
We started dating around like July.
How did you guys hook back up after 10 years?
Through my twin brother. I mean, I would see him every now and then, but like through my twin brother.
Did your twin brother set you guys up?
Like to date or whatever.
Yeah.
No, we just started chilling for real.
Okay. All right. And when did he move in with you? Did you live at Harbor Crest when he moved in with you?
Yeah.
When was that?
Around like August. I'm not sure, like, cause you just been coming around like August. He just was spending.
So it was, I mean, you had a pretty quick courtship. Like, would you guys say fell for each other pretty quick?
I mean, I knew Deonte for the longest. We wasn't
Yeah.
kicking it or hanging around, but we was chilling like a little bit. It was basically like a catch-up thing.
Okay. How was he with Aniya?
He's fine.
And then what made you guys move out of Harbor Crest and into Cultural
Because
Garden?
maintenance was poor.
What was poor?
Maintenance was poor. Was nothing getting done.
Did you fill out the whole term of your lease then?
I didn't think I had to because I never did it when I was living on 260th.
I'm not
What you
sure
mean,
what you
like
just
a
said. Like, did you
Did
you leave before your lease was up, or did
My
you?
lease was up January 27,
Mm-hmm.
and I moved out around like January something.
Oh, so you didn't get evicted or anything?
No, I didn't get evicted.
No eviction.
No.
Okay, so you just
Because I called her, I called her phone, let them know that I wanted to move because it was poor maintenance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Okay. Some of the injuries on Aniya today, I want to ask you questions about.
Mhm.
Okay. We already talked about the eye. You explained how you said that happened. She also has a bruise on her head right here and a bump. What is that from?
I mean, she fell straight to the floor.
She fell straight to the floor?
Straight to the floor.
When?
Saturday evening, like I told you, she fell straight to the floor, and that's when I started doing all the nursery stuff on her, peroxide, putting the warm stuff on her face.
Where did she fall to the floor from?
From the toilet. By the bathroom, by the bathtub. And it was a real loud boom because it caught me in my due attention.
Okay. Okay. Did you see her fall?
No, the kitchen is right next to the bathroom.
Okay.
She had the boo-boo, so I just let her sit on the toilet.
Mm-hmm.
And we just heard the boom from there. Because he was getting her soup and I was getting the ginger ale.
Okay. All right.
And when I heard that,
And that happened when again?
That happened Saturday evening.
Okay. Okay. When did she first start not seeming well?
Late when we left Red Lobster.
When you left Red Lobster?
She started acting weird.
Okay.
And I felt like it was probably allergic actually, but I know now not. To my knowledge, she's not allergic to nothing.
Okay. All right. So that was what night that you were at Red Lobster?
That was Thursday.
Okay. And when you guys came home from Red Lobster on Thursday, what time was that? Was it dark?
Yeah, lightweight. No-ish. Lightweight, no-ish.
I don't understand what
It
you're
was
saying.
like, it get dark around like 5, like in between.
So what time do you think you went to Red Lobster on Thursday?
I don't remember what time I went. I just know I went to Red Lobster.
And what time do you think you got home?
Around like close to, it was getting towards dark, but it wasn't dark. It was like in between.
Okay, and once you got in the house, who's coming home with you on Thursday night from Red Lobster?
Just me, Deonte, and Aniya.
You, Deonte, and Aniya? Okay. And then you're in the house. When is the next time that you leave the house?
The next time, I don't remember. Oh, he left to go get pull-ups.
When was that?
Friday or Thursday, because she started peeing on herself.
Okay, now you're saying maybe it was Thursday?
I don't remember the exact day. I just noticed my daughter started peeing on herself, and I just told my dude to go get pull-ups.
Okay.
Because I didn't want to waste her clothes or pennies that she put on.
Okay. So at least to go get pull-ups, you think maybe Thursday or maybe Friday. Friday night, do you guys all sleep in the house on Friday night?
Mm-hmm.
What about Thursday night after Red Lobster?
What you mean, do we?
Everyone sleeps in the house? I'm just
Yeah,
trying
stay in the
to
house.
make a timeline of where everyone was at what time.
Yeah.
Okay. So Thursday night, overnight, everyone's in the house.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say everyone, I mean you, Deonte, and Aniya.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Friday night the same?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Did you leave the house at all? Bless you.
Thank you.
Did you leave the house at all between Thursday night getting home from Red Lobster?
No.
Okay. What about
I stayed in the house.
Saturday?
I stayed in the house. She
Okay.
started, that's when she started acting weird, so it was no point in me going nowhere.
Did you ever leave the apartment Thursday besides Red Lobster?
I mean, I went to go check my mailbox, that's about it.
Okay. What about Friday or Saturday? Did you ever leave the apartment?
Nope, like I said, she was acting weird, so it was no point in me leaving.
What about yesterday, Sunday? Did you leave the apartment at
No.
all? Okay, so you never leave. What time did you guys put Aniya to bed on Saturday night?
We put her to bed as soon as she started doing the same thing. I don't remember at all. I don't remember what time we put her to bed. I don't remember at all.
Okay, you said you put her to bed as soon as she started doing the same thing. What does that mean?
Throwing up. It's not even stay down.
Was it dark out when you put her to bed on Saturday night?
Yeah.
Okay. How did she do overnight, Saturday night, sleeping?
Well, I ain't even hear nothing new. Everything was cool. She did. Well, she was asleep, so.
What time did you go to bed?
Well, I stayed up and watched TV.
Do you know what time you went to sleep?
No. I go to bed at different certain times.
Okay. And what time did you wake up on Sunday?
Sunday, I woke up to when my dude said, "Do you smell this?" Which was Boo Boo. We smelled in the bed.
What time was that?
Around like in the evening. In the evening.
You stayed in bed until the evening on Sunday?
Mm.
What time
I
do you
don't
think
do
the
too
evening
much.
was?
Say it again.
What time do you think it was in the evening on Sunday?
I don't remember. I was more focused on Aniya and the way she was acting.
Okay. And when you say boo boo, you mean poop.
It was
you mean
watery.
feces, right?
It was watery.
Okay, but it's poop or excrement,
Yeah.
it's feces, right? We're not talking about anything else, just because some people's word for boo boo is.
I thought you were trying to say it was like diarrhea or something.
Oh, okay. So you're
'Cause it was
just
watery.
referring to the consistency of the stool, but we are talking about poop, stool, feces.
Mm.
You just call it boo boo.
Mm.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we're referring to the same body excretion. Okay, so you think it was evening on Sunday when he said that?
Mm-hmm.
And then what'd you guys do after he said you smell boo boo?
Got up. Noticed, I told you it looked like she was just moving around as if she didn't feel good or whatever. Put her in the tub. I had to take her hair down because she had boo-boo in her hair.
Mm-hmm. What was her hair like before you took it down?
I had pigtails. Ponytails.
How big are her
Ponytails.
ponies?
Like, I had about like 7 in her.
Because so like little ones? Because she has pretty short hair.
Little. No, it's when you put conditioner in people's hair, your hair get curly. I do hair, it get curly. Her hair get real curly.
So her pigtails were longer than what?
No, that's what anybody hair. That's what my hair too. When you put conditioner in kids' hair, anybody hair, it curls up and it looks short. My hair even looks short when I put conditioner in there.
Okay.
I put shampoo in this conditioner. It's called to make your hair get like short, but it's not short.
I got you. I hear what you're saying. Okay. Okay. And then you tried to wash her up after she...
No, I did wash her up.
You did wash her up? Okay.
There was boo boo in the bed.
And then what happened after you had to wash her up from the boo-boo on her?
And then I put the filler back on, wipe it down with cocoa butter, put a little cocoa butter at the top of her forehead.
Mm-hmm. And how long did you, how long after giving her a bath, how long did she seem okay?
I mean, she wasn't acting like her normal self. I know she was still like sick for real.
Mm-hmm.
But she was doing a little bit okay. But she wasn't doing okay. I knew she wasn't okay though.
What made you think she wasn't okay?
Because she wasn't acting like Aniya, hyper.
Mm-hmm.
Talkative. She's very talkative. She wasn't talkative.
Okay.
She'd just be like, "Mommy, I'm sleepy. Mommy, I want to lay down."
Mm-hmm.
That's why I just figured like it was a virus or something, a stomach virus. Like the nurse told me it was probably like a stomach virus. Because Aniya's not allergic to something, allergic to nothing.
Okay. Okay, so then she didn't seem to be doing well, wasn't herself, said she was sleepy. She was doing a little bit okay, you knew she wasn't okay. And then how long after that did you notice a change?
She wasn't responding for her.
How long? How long after you gave her a bath?
Only thing she kept saying when she was in the tub, "Mommy, I want to go to sleep. I want to lay down."
Mm-hmm.
So I just gave her. Only thing I knew to give her was ginger ale for real, and Tylenol, because it's a stomach virus. I thought it was a stomach virus too because she boo-booed, and it was very watery.
Okay, what was she saying to you in bed then?
She was just saying, "Mommy, I'm sleepy. I want to lay down."
Okay. And then after her bath, did you lay her back down?
I think we gave her some more soup and ginger ale.
So did she lay back down after her bath?
She did lay back down, but I'm not for sure what time we laid her back down, but she did lay back down.
Do you know how long after her bath it was?
No.
Can you guess it, how long it was?
It wasn't so long.
Okay. And then you laid her back down after the bath. Then what happened?
She kept acting like she couldn't breathe.
Okay.
So that's when I did the CPR thing.
Okay.
And I kept doing it over and over. And I also did mouth to mouth too. And that didn't help.
Okay. Okay. Are you trained in rescue breathing with your early
I
childhood?
took classes and stuff. That's why I prolonged to do CPR on her with 2 hands. That's what you're supposed to do because she's only 4 years old. She's a kid.
Okay. All right. So you have training in CPR, and you have training in administering CPR to children.
Yeah, because I'm
Okay.
working in the daycare. Yeah,
Okay. And the daycare requires you to have that.
you got to.
When's the last time you had that training?
A couple of months ago.
And where did you get that training?
It was actually at my job. Oh, I actually did classes too, but it was one at my job.
And that's the job you talked about at Get Ready, Set, Grow? Okay, so it's March of 2018. Was it this year that you had the CPR training at the daycare?
It wasn't 2018, it was 2017.
Okay. Do you know about when?
Summertime. Cause it was hot. Yeah, it was hot outside.
Okay. So summer of 2017, you got trained
Mhm.
at work at Ready, Set, Grow
Mhm.
in the
Actually,
administering CPR to children. Is
Mhm,
that
I actually think I'm trying to see. I think I did that class twice. Yeah, I think I did it twice.
okay? Okay. So since you met Deonte,
Mhm.
what have been your guys' plans for your relationship together?
Can you explain that?
Like, are you serious with him?
Yes, I am.
Has he ever asked you about the possibility of marriage?
Mhm.
And
But I just told
what are
him
your
I wanna-
plans?
I mean, I do want to get married, but I want to
Yeah.
make sure it's right from me and my daughter. Because anybody can say they want to marry you.
Yeah.
Because we, you know, people, he felt like since we've been together for a minute. I mean, not for a minute, but we knew each other for a long time.
Mhm.
But we just started dating as if we started knowing each other. Basically, that's how I see it. So I want to wait.
So he's already asked you if you'd marry
He
him?
lightweight gave me, if you want to say engagement ring.
He gave you an engagement ring?
That's what, yeah.
How did he react when you told him you're not ready yet?
I mean, he didn't react too nonchalant. He was just like, okay, we give you time. You can't
Okay.
rush into it.
So that's not a deal breaker for him. He's willing to wait for you. Okay. All right. How strongly do you feel that he loves you? Pretty fiercely, or what do you
I
think's
think he
going
do.
on there?
I think you do.
Okay.
I'm not a dumb female.
You're not a dumb female. Okay. What kind of experience does he have with past girlfriends? And I'm not trying to bring up anything.
I mean, as far as my knowledge, what he told me, he ain't having female in it. He's waiting on the right one.
So you're the first.
Basically, yeah.
So
First, as in what he take for real.
yeah. Would you say he's head over heels in love with you?
What you mean?
Maybe that's not a term that your age uses anymore. Like, did he fall hard for you?
Yes, he did.
Okay. And how do you feel that you fell as hard for him?
Yeah.
You
I
did?
feel like I can trust him.
You feel like you can trust him? Okay.
I don't feel like I felt with Aniya's father.
Okay. And when he asked you he got you the engagement ring,
It was on Christmas.
did he get down on one knee?
Deonte's very shy.
Okay.
So it was like in a Christmas bag, basically.
Okay.
And he just led me to the Christmas tree, basically. Because to my knowledge, he tried to make it seem like it was nothing for me for Christmas. It
Oh,
was just stuff for me and Aniya under the Christmas tree.
this Christmas that just passed, Christmas of
Mhm.
2017? Okay. And then when he led you to the bag and you saw that it was a ring,
Because
what happened
he was
then?
just basically saying to me, I'm sorry, I couldn't do this. I can't get you nothing.
Mhm.
I can't get you nothing, whatever. Because I just brought me and Aniya stuff and him stuff on the tree. And I'm like, I know he brought me, so I know he's going to give me something. He kept saying he couldn't give me nothing. So when me and Aniya opened our stuff and I let him open his stuff, he's like, I'm sorry, I couldn't get you nothing. So I went in another room. I'm looking like, man, this is crazy. And when I came back, it was a gift under it. It was a big bag, but it was something little.
Okay.
And it was a necklace. It was a necklace too, and it was a ring. He put the ring on top.
Okay. All right. And then when you opened it and saw that it was a ring, did he say something?
He said that's the start.
What did
Like
that mean to you?
Getting engaged, basically.
Okay. And did he then ask you, "Will you marry me?"
He'd been asked that before he gave me the ring.
Oh, he's been
Mhm.
asking you that. And then on Christmas of 2017, when he presents you with this, what you say is an engagement ring,
Mhm.
do you gently let him down? Do you tell him, "Hey, we're not ready yet"? How do you do
I mean, I
that?
didn't let him down. I wore the ring to make him happy. I
Mhm.
just said we're just gonna give it time because I want to make sure you're the man for my daughter because,
Mhm.
fortunately, her father wasn't the one. And I want you to be not a stepfather. I want you to be a father towards my child.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, delve too much into your personal relationship with him, but I just wanted to understand what the dynamic is between the two of you. Does Aniya call him Deonte or Dad, or what does she call him?
She called him daddy once.
She called him Daddy once.
Yeah, she called him Noodles.
What does she call him?
Noodles.
Noodles?
It's just a name just to call him.
Noodles. Does she like eat noodles or something? Or?
Yeah. We all have band names.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what names?
Band names. Like nicknames in the band.
Oh, okay. Are you actually in a band, or is this?
I used to be in Charlotte. Shaw High School marching band.
Oh, okay. All right, so that's where you guys get your names from
And
way back in the
chemistry,
marching
mhm.
band? Okay. 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 So he's just coming back into your life in June of 2017, is that right?
Basically.
Okay. So let's talk about some history with you and Aniya years before Deonte's even in the picture. Particularly an investigation that I'm familiar with is one from May of 2017. So that one is just before him. But then that opened up our eyes at the Euclid Police Department to a lot of other indications. What can you tell me about that report from May of 2017?
Wait, what you mean?
The one that involved Children and Family Services?
From May 17th?
Yeah, no, from May of 2017. Like what day in May? I'm not sure. I could get it out.
Like basically like recently?
Yeah, so this right now it's March 2018. So we're talking about 10 months ago. There was an investigation involving Children and Family Services.
Yes, it was from Aniya's daycare.
Okay, can you explain to me what that was about?
A scratch on her head.
How did it go when Children and Family Services followed up with you about that?
Well, first thing they do is go to your home, make sure you got food, make sure your daughter got clothes and shoes, and make sure your home is clean. They talked to me. They was like, you don't look like an abusive mother. I'm like, I'm not. Kids get scratches, scars anywhere. People blow it out of proportion.
Sure.
And they was concerned, but the scratch wasn't that to be all, oh my God. I mean, it's a daycare, so I guess they took it out of proportion or whatever. But when they called, she came up to my house. She was like, you have a lovely home. Aniya seems happy. You got food. She checked to see if she had a bed, shoes, and clothes. And she didn't find nothing, basically.
And where did you live then?
Harbor Crest.
Did they have you do any case plan or anything?
What you mean? Case plan.
A case plan is like where they, have suggestions they want you to follow.
I'm still not sure what you mean. Suggestion.
Did they suggest that you change the way you do anything with
No.
her? Okay. All right. How long had Aniya been going to the daycare there? This was, what daycare had reported this?
Harbor Crest.
Harbor Crest. And how long had she been at that daycare?
Aniya been at that daycare because she was going to my daycare. We had to give her the infants, so I could transfer her over. Aniya was with her about 2-3 years, and I wasn't liking stuff there, so I transferred her back to my daycare when she got older.
Okay, so when you think for 2 years, you think she was?
I want to say 2 years. I'm not for sure because she was at my daycare for a couple of months. Then we had to give her the infants.
I don't know what that means.
We had to give her the infants because we was in the basement.
Oh, you mean they stopped caring for infants at Ready Set Grow?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then at what point did she go back? You said why did you switch her back?
Because I felt like her daycare wasn't on point with their jobs. They ran through like 20 teachers. I found out one of the teachers was caught smoking, and I believe one of the teachers was caught rolling the blunt inside of the daycare. Aniya had 2 bruises on her eye that I wasn't aware of. So lightweight blew up at the daycare.
What happened?
I lightweight blew up at the daycare because the mark was bad. To my knowledge, as a mother, it was bad. When I went up to the daycare.
When was that?
I don't remember.
Okay,
they told me
I have documentation of a bunch of different dates, so I'm just trying to figure out which one you're talking about.
Because I was concerned about her being there because it seemed like too many careless teachers there, basically.
Okay. So after this May of 2017, this report where Children and Family Services got brought in and our department did an investigation, did she ever go back to Harbor Crest Daycare after that?
So yeah, she
Did
did.
Aniya go back there? Okay. Do you remember when you switched her from Harbor Crest to
I
RSG?
switched her from Harbor Crest. I switched Aniya from Harbor Crest when I started hearing other stuff. I heard that the teacher was hitting on the kids. I heard the teachers wasn't. I've been hearing this stuff before, but I couldn't find a daycare for
Okay,
Aniya.
so she went back to Harbor Crest after May, after that investigation. It's
And then I remember I transferred her. I want to say about like a month or two.
a month or two
I don't remember. It could have been a month or it could have been 2 months.
after that May incident. Okay.
But I believe she stayed there for a minute though.
What is your relationship like with Aniya's father?
Horrible. He put his hands on me, so I filed a restraining order.
Is there a police report of this incident that you?
It should have been. I dropped one off at Euclid. I had one in my daycare.
No, not the order. I mean, of the. You're saying that he put his hands on you. Where did that happen?
Mike came up to my job to get ready to grow. And I felt like he was stalking me. I got documentations because I showed the courts. Him calling me out my name.
Okay.
Him threatening me.
Okay.
He came up to my job unknown. Co-workers had to contact my phone like you might want to watch out. Michael has damaged my apartment on 260th to the point I couldn't get my deposit back. He put his hands on me several times.
Did you make a police report in Euclid when he came to your job?
260th, the cops came out and...
No, I'm asking about, you're saying when did he put his hands on you?
He came to my job. He threatened to put his hands on me.
Oh, he did not put his hands on you.
He threatened.
He threatened. Okay, is that what you got the order based on? The
Yeah,
threat?
and he was stalking me, and when he came to my daycare, he woke all of my daycare kids up. And he put his feet in the middle of the door, and he put his hands on the door. And I asked him, can he leave? And he told me, no, I want my daughter or whatever. I don't get to see my son, so I want to see my daughter. And I'm like, Mike, I don't keep an eye away from you. I'm at work. I will drop her off. And he was looking like, well, BIT said you want to see my daughter. I'm in the daycare. I'm in the work area, so I didn't say nothing to Michael. And as I went to go get my phone, I said I was going to call the cops. He was like, I am a whole security guard. I'm not scared. I'm not afraid of the cops.
Okay. So, did you call us that day? Did you end up calling us to make a report of that incident?
I think because I've been went down for the restraining order for Mike.
Okay, so when you went down for the restraining order, what did you base what you wanted the order off of?
I felt like I was being harassed. I told him I was afraid of my baby daddy because he
didn't ask for a report about the time you went to your job?
A report?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if they asked you for a police report documenting the time when he came to your job.
They told me I should have had a police report. I didn't want to do that.
So you did not make a police report at that time. Okay. So I'm not the first time asking if there was a police report about that. Okay. All right. Do you remember what month that was?
When they sent the court papers out?
No, when he came to your job.
They sent the court papers out in November. It was before November.
Okay.
And I only did the restraining order because I was afraid what he might do. And I also placed the restraining order on Michael Aniya-Day-Garrett because every time I get it, that's his name.
Right, but okay.
I said I gave you his own name.
Yeah.
I also placed the restraining order on because every time I gave him Aniya, she wasn't with him. She was in somebody else's care. Michael used to work downtown, and when I did go downtown, I would text I would text Michael and I'd be like, so how's Aniya doing? Oh, she good, we watching TV, and Aniya wasn't in his care.
Okay.
And every time I did give Aniya to Michael, he never brought her clothes back, he never brought her shoes, he always took her hair down, and he was like, I'm her daddy, I can do what I want. I'm like, Michael, I feel like I ain't had no control of him because I didn't like the fact that I wasn't getting her clothes. I don't have nothing in hers back, nothing.
Oh, okay.
He was very controlling in my relationship. That's why when I called the cops on 260th, they was like, ma'am, you need to place a restraining order on him. because he's very controlling and he's very abusive. When they saw the damage to my apartment, they was like, yeah, he's very abusive, he needed a restraining order. I didn't replace the restraining order because I was so in love with Michael.
When you said you lived on 260th, where did you live then when you called us?
What you mean when I called you?
You keep saying that the police came and saw that there was damage to your apartment.
On 260th.
Right, but when was that?
Moved in Harbor Press, January 27th of. It was 2 years from. It was 2 years from now. It was 2 years from. I stayed in Harbor Press for 2 years. It was. I'm trying to get my dates right because my lease was up. You see what I'm trying to do? I lived in Harbor Press I lived in Harbor Press for 2 years, and I was on 260 for 2 years. I can't give you the exact date when I called the cops.
I printed out everything that we had with you involving the police. I don't have anything from an address on 260th. Are you sure that the Euclid police came?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they came. Cause I was outside.
Pretty sure the police
I'm
came?
positive that because I was outside when they came because I was afraid of them.
You were afraid of who?
Michael.
Okay. All right. I see it. You lived at what apartments then?
Canoe, K-N-U-T-H.
You lived at Canute then?
Apartment 3005. 44132.
3005?
Mm-hmm.
Did you live on Canute?
Mm-hmm. K-N-U-T-H.
Right.
44132.
Did he live with you then, Michael?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the outcome of that call?
Because
When you called the police?
he put his
that day?
hands on me and he choked me, slapped me to the floor.
What was the outcome? Was anybody arrested?
No, they gave me an option. They was like, if you could put, they made him leave my apartment. And
Okay.
they was, I don't know if the cops was right. Well, I don't know what he was writing down, but he was like, Miss, you need to place a restraining order on him because he seemed very aggressive. And Michael was known for a smart mouth. He was basically mouthing off the cop.
Okay. But the police did not arrest Michael that day.
They just told him to leave the premises where they was going to arrest
Was
him.
Aniya there that day?
Yes.
This was since she was born. How old was Aniya at the time?
Two.
Okay.
No. 1.5.
Okay. All right. So, do you understand why I'm asking you all these questions about... Do you understand why I'm asking you all these questions?
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you think I'm asking you all these questions?
Just to get information. I mean, some of the questions, it was...
Right. I definitely am trying to understand... What I'm trying to understand is what's been going on with Aniya.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Well, why do you think I'm concerned about what's going on with Aniya?
Because of the bruise on the eye.
The bruise on her eye, what else?
And the thing right here on her. And why it's
Right.
696 years, I guess.
Well, she's got other marks on her too. Do you know what I'm talking about?
The scar on her leg.
Right, she's got a couple of marks on her leg. What are those from?
And I felt like she broke out from Johnson & Johnson. Because I never used it on her. She had run out her baby wash. I just thought that was her skin reaction or something.
Okay. What kind of Johnson's wash is that?
I don't know, it was in a pink bottle. From Walmart.
Okay, so Johnson & Johnson body wash.
Mm-hmm. And I don't use that on her.
And what?
I don't use it on her. That was the first time because I ran out of her body
How many
wash.
times did you use it on her?
I used it about 2 or 3 times.
Just 2 or 3 times? And is it the all over body face hair wash?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It's 3 in 1.
Okay. And why do you think that the marks are only on her legs and not on her entire body since you used the wash on her whole body?
Because her legs is only in the tub.
Cause her what?
Half of her body was on the inside, because I noticed it came on her leg. My dude asked the same question, why did it get to her body? To her upper part.
Yeah.
But she's not, bathtub is not going to be full because I don't want her to drown.
What? But you're using it on her skin. You're bathing her whole body, right?
No, she was soaking in the tub.
Soaking in the tub? Okay. Were you washing her with this
No,
wash?
Mm-mm.
I apologize.
I need a little bit more.
Oh yeah, let me get you some more, sure. So you will keep on a few things. Would you rather have
When did
coffee?
you-
Or just water?
You know what? I can't do coffee.
Look, just black or
Sugar and cream.
sugar and cream?
Mm.
Not?
Yeah.
Okay.
When did you first notice the marks on her leg?
When I started using the Johnson
When was that?
last week, that's when I ran out. And I thought she just had an allergic reaction to her body or whatever. I also heard about Johnson before, and I heard it break kids. I also saw it on Facebook, but I didn't think it was really that serious.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because I thought it was weird too, because it didn't hit the whole body, it just hit the legs.
Okay. All right. So just to go through, bless you. Okay. I kind of just want to review what we've just talked about. Okay. So you started by telling me that you guys went to Red Lobster. What night was that?
Thursday,
What did Aniya eat?
she had like some pasta spaghetti. She had shrimps, and she had some other stuff.
She had what?
She had it was like pasta spaghetti, and she had shrimp.
Okay. And then what happened after Red Lobster?
Went home.
What happened on Thursday night?
We went home from Red Lobster.
Okay. And then how was Aniya on Thursday night?
She was doing good, so we started giving her snacks, and then she threw up. That's when I called the nurse.
Okay. And what number did you call for the nurse?
I just Googled any nurse hotline if I can.
Okay. And did they identify what medical agency they're with when they answered the phone?
No.
And when did you make that call?
Thursday. Is that
It's to me if it's too sweet. I put a little sugar in there. All right. What was the last?
Okay. Did the nurse, was it a female nurse or a male nurse that answered
It was
the
a
phone?
female nurse.
Is it the nurse that is representative of the medical facility where she gets her treatment?
I just Googled nurse. I don't even remember. I just
Okay.
Googled nurse. That's all I did.
I just know from, I have 4 kids, so I've had to call the nurse hotline. Generally, the nurse hotline won't give you advice on treating your child unless your child is the patient of that facility that
I
nurse
mean, I called the
represents.
nurse. I called the nurse before for me, a couple of times when I was concerned about myself.
Yeah.
They gave me options or whatever.
Okay. And
Because I mean, even
is
when
it a number associated with a medical facility that you already seek treatment with, or?
I really don't know, because I just went to Google. That's all I did. I just went to Google, and it led you to a number.
And what did they tell you to do with Aniya?
They just basically said it could be a stomach virus. That's why I did the procedure to go along with ginger ale.
Okay. You know, did you use your phone to call the nurse on call? Okay. So you wouldn't mind if we looked in the phone just to confirm that you called the nurse on call?
You can, but I don't keep nothing in my phone. I delete everything. I always been like that. I don't keep nothing in my phone.
Okay. So if there's nothing there, do you want to sign the form saying that we can look in it? I mean, how do you feel about that? Okay. What kind of phone do you have?
I have an iPhone 6S Plus.
iPhone 6S Plus?
Mm-hmm.
What color?
Silver.
Silver. You pay for the phone?
Mm-hmm.
What's our report number? 1873?
Oh, jeez.
1387. I got dyslexia about that for some reason. Okay. So I'll handwrite your name in here, but I'll go over this form with you. Sierra Day, right? D-A-Y. I, Sierra Day, having been advised of my right not to consent to a search of my cellular phone without a warrant and of my right to refuse to consent to such a search, do hereby authorize Euclid Police, detectives, agents, investigators, and or any assisting agency agent in the duties of conducting a search of my property, namely iPhone 6S Plus Silver. Okay, the phone's with us right now at the police headquarters. We're at 545 East 222nd. Okay, what's the telephone number assigned to it?
216-526-0790.
0790?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And who is the network provider, the service provider for the phone?
Metro.
It's Metro. Is there either a pattern or a number pin that we...
Password. Unless you gotta have my thumbprint.
Oh, okay. Well, we're not going to have your thumbprint, but the number pattern. Can you write it down for me? The unlock pattern. So it's letters.
Mm-hmm.
E-D-D-I-E-S.
Mm-hmm.
That's an S, right?
Mm-hmm. EDDIES.
Okay. And does it give you the option to do caps or lowercase?
You just type it in.
Okay, so there's not...
No, you just do it. It's not
okay.
an option.
I don't have an iPhone. You can tell, right? Okay. Okay, so what we'd be looking for is any evidence that the child was endangered. We'd be looking for evidence that you made the phone call. So I'm just filling this in for the endangering children investigation. Okay. That's what we're investigating. The evidence we're trying to obtain is evidence of endangering children. The aforementioned officers, agents are authorized to seize digital data, evidence, information, files from the cellular phone and or storage devices that they deem necessary. I understand that the data recovered during this search is subject to use during court proceedings. Do you understand what that means?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you'll sign. And that's you're authorizing the search of your phone with your signature there. You understand the form as we read it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, and I'll just put the time now, it's 1:17 a.m. And it's March 12th. And I'll sign as the witness. When you Googled nurse hotline, what were you using to do that?
Google.
What device?
My phone.
Your iPhone?
Mhm.
Okay. And which browser do you use?
Google. You just slide over and just go.
Well, an
Google.
iPhone typically uses the Safari web browser.
I guess. But I mean, I use my iPhone, so you scroll over and you just type in.
You scroll.
What you mean,
over-
like charm and charm and
So do you
when
have
it
an
goes
iPhone?
to
I have an iPhone.
Okay. So you click out.
So does it look like this?
I mean, it leads to that, but I go to Google.
Okay, and so there's an
Right
actually
here,
this.
right here, and just right here.
Okay, and then you hit the app, Google app. There's a Google app, right?
No,
I don't have Google.
I don't hit nothing. I just speak in and then search your number.
Or you speak in.
Yeah.
Okay. be able to type in.
And then it just leads you to anything it wants to.
So you just basically Siri.
Yeah, basically a Siri.
Oh, so you hit the little microphone
Mhm.
and okay, and what did you say?
I just said it's 24 nurse hotline.
Okay. And so you use the search feature
Mhm.
that's pre-installed on the
Mhm.
phone.
My Siri.
You originally thought you were using Google, but
Yeah, because it said Google.
oh, it does on
Yeah,
yours?
I said it's Google.
And what did you say?
24 nurse hotline.
Okay. Okay. I asked you a little bit ago if you understand why I'm asking you all these questions. Okay. Why do you think I'm asking you all these questions?
Like I said you concerned about that and the 696 kids. That's all I.
Okay. I was just thinking that maybe my saying that would prompt you to ask me a different question. You haven't asked about Aniya since we've been in here. Is there a reason
I was,
why?
but I did. You cut me off because I was about to ask you how was she doing.
Okay.
You kept talking,
Okay. I just thought that you would ask me, like, well, why are you asking
and
that?
I was trying to ask you
Doing?
down the hallway too.
I'm gonna go over some photos from the apartment, okay? You're stating that she got that bruise on her eye. How?
She fell from the toilet, and she had to hit the tub because it was right there.
And she had to hit the tub.
Mhm. She had. That's the only thing that was right there.
Do you know which eye is bruised?
It's the left one, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, it's the left one.
Okay. I'm getting a picture from inside the apartment. Okay. So what am I looking at here?
Tissue, paper towels.
What room in the house is this?
This is the bathroom.
This is the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Bathroom.
Okay. What are these pictures over here?
Kitchen, 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 and kitchen.
Okay, so it would be fair to say that everything in this first column is all bathroom. Okay, I'm gonna just draw a line up here. Okay. Put a B on this side for bathroom and a K on this side for kitchen. Does that make sense to you? Is that appropriate? Okay. All right. And this is a picture of underneath your bathroom cabinet. Okay. What's this here in the picture?
That's the toilet.
Okay. And where's the tub?
Tub is on the side.
Okay. All right. So if you're looking at the toilet, the tub's on the left. Let me see if I have a picture including the tub. You're a very good housekeeper.
So if you're looking at the toilet straight on, the tub is to the left,
Toilet right here. The toilet right there, and the tub is right there.
to the right. So if you were sitting on the toilet, it would be
So here's
right.
pictures.
Okay.
These are better pictures. This is what I was looking for. So these pictures here show more wholly what I'm talking about. Where here you can see toilet tub, toilet tub, toilet tub. Okay, so if you and I are facing the same direction and we're sitting on the toilet, right? Where's the tub?
Tub is right here.
It's on our right.
Mhm.
Okay, so if we fall off the toilet,
We found Aniya this way, so she fell like that way because she was faced this way.
but you said you were in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
So how did
I
you
said
know?
she was, when we walked in, she was face down this way. Is what I just said.
Okay, so her left
The
eye
boom-
is bruised.
The boom caught our attention. And
Okay.
when we found her, she was right. She was laying towards this way. Her left eye had to hit the tub.
Okay, that doesn't make sense because you have this real small area here where there's not room for somebody to be spinning and moving around. If you fall, you're only going to hit your right side on the tub, No one's gonna fall and
I mean, I
hit their
understand what you're
opposite
saying
side.
because it caught me and Deonte attention too. But that's the way Aniya was laying. We wasn't in her seat. That's the way she was laying on the floor though. So it was the left eye, and to my knowledge, she had to hit the tub because that was the only thing that was bruised. Was right there.
Okay. All right. Do you understand why I have a question about that?
Yeah, no.
Okay. It doesn't. It's not. Just like I explained. If the child is sitting here having a bowel movement, like you said, she's
I understand what you're saying.
yeah, she's presenting with an injury to her left side. Okay, you've got a narrow spot here.
Right,
The tub is right
my
here.
toilet is right here. My toilet is right here. My tub is right there.
Right.
But me and Deonte found her like this though, as if you can be a daisy person. You could just fall like that too. She could have felt like that and just fall off balance and hit herself too.
I don't think she could have felt like that, and the medical professionals are telling us that it's not a viable possibility. Okay, they're the ones that are the experts. Okay, so the injury is not caused from that fall off
I mean,
the
that's what a
toilet.
lot of people were saying. Injury. It's weird. Injury wouldn't be caused from this. A lot of stuff is shocking too, because a lot of stuff that's happened with kids on my deck. I'm like, whoa, wow,
Okay.
and it was weird.
Okay. All right.
I understand what you're saying too, but
Right. Well, that's not the only thing that concerns me. Okay. That how much does Aniya weigh right now?
Aniya weighs about, I don't remember.
When's the last time you had her at a well check?
She went for a WIC appointment not too long ago.
Did they weigh her?
Yeah. She's 4 years old. They told her she would need to come back to 5 o'clock. I mean, to 5, until she's 5.
Did they weigh her at that appointment?
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
A couple of months ago.
How much did she weigh?
I don't remember.
How much do you think she weighs now?
I don't know.
Okay. So here's the other concern I have, and this is based on my investigative experience in having consulted with medical professionals. Okay. She's very light right now. I'm looking at her and estimating she weighs 20 pounds. Do you think that's about right?
Aniya was throwing up a lot too, and throwing up a lot too can cause you to lose weight. Aniya wasn't a fat child at all.
Okay.
At all. She was like a decent size. She ate a lot, but she was a decent size. Some people was lactose tolerant, whatever. They eat a lot and they don't gain weight. Dealt with kids like that before, ate a lot and was bonier, like skinnier than her.
All right. So getting back to what I was talking about, I would estimate her to be about 20 pounds right now. She's not more than 30 pounds. I can tell that by looking at her. I didn't pick her up or actually weigh her, but this is just, I have 4 kids, so I'm just going on my experience, okay? A child like that who's feeling woozy and not so well, you said, falls off the toilet, there's very little force for the head to make impact, even with the floor. She's not that tall, so she's not that far away from the floor. So the injury to the eye is completely inconsistent with this.
I mean, I
Fall off the
understand
toilet.
what you're saying, but we heard a boom and that boom because that's on her being laid.
In order for her to get that injury to her eye, I mean, she would have been dropped from the 2nd floor. Okay, which, I mean, but you're saying she fell off the...
I mean, I understand what you're saying because I deal with kids a lot and a lot of stuff that happened and they be like, wow, how did that happen too?
Okay. This is different though, because we have experts who can determine that the injury to the eye did not happen the way that you're saying it did. Okay.
It did because I had her.
It didn't
We
happen
had her
that
on the
way.
toilet. I mean, she was on Aniya was on the toilet, and when we heard the boom, she was on the floor, and then we saw the cut, and her eye looked like it was swollen up.
Okay. So that injury to her eye, it had to have bled a lot.
She hit her head very hard.
Right.
Very hard.
Yeah, so it would bleed a lot.
It was bleeding. It wasn't that much, but it was a lot. It wasn't that much.
What did you use to clean up the blood?
I used peroxide, and I used a little bit of alcohol.
Okay.
I put
What
it on
did you use
tissue.
to clean the blood off the apartment? Where did the blood go?
It was on the tub. It was a little bit on the tub.
A little bit on the tub?
And a little bit on the floor.
And a little bit on the floor? When you
And
say
I
a
used
little
pesticide.
bit, like...
Because it wasn't that much blood coming out at all.
How many teaspoons of blood?
Like I used about like 4 big paper towels, white paper towels.
Okay. Okay.
It wasn't a lot of blood.
Was there this much blood?
No,
Was there this much blood?
no,
There was not even that much blood.
no. It was like a little like this.
Like if it was in that cup, it would only fill it.
It wouldn't be as wide as this cup. It wasn't that much blood coming out. Because if it was that was the case, I would have had to put like something to attach it so it could stop. The blood eventually stopped.
Okay.
I ain't had to use no band-aids, no nothing. I know peroxide heals marks.
Okay. All right. And this her bed here. Okay. And how long has she been wetting the bed?
She wetted Thursday twice, and she did it Friday. She asked to go to the bath. What day was that? She asked to go to the bathroom. What was that? She asked to go to the bathroom Saturday.
Okay. When was she first toilet trained?
When she was 2. Yeah, when she was 2.
When was the last time you had her at daycare?
About like 2 weeks ago. 2.5 weeks ago.
Which daycare did you have her at?
Get ready, girl.
2.5 weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
And how did she get to daycare?
Walked. Just across the street.
I mean, not by herself, she's 4.
Oh, maybe we walked.
Oh, you went with her?
It was right across the street.
Okay, was that a day that you were working?
She goes to my daycare.
Okay,
When she was going to my daycare.
okay. And that was at Ready, Sick, Row?
Get ready, so.
Okay, it's like March 12th now. Do you think it was in March or in February?
February.
Okay. And how often was she going up to that
Every day.
point? She was going every day?
Because I had to work every day.
You had to work every day? How many?
Monday through Friday.
Okay, you were working Monday through Friday?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, the daycare is required by the state to keep records of who's there on what days, am I right?
Mm-hmm.
So the records from the state will show that Aniya was there?
Mm-hmm. You gotta do a swipe in and a swipe out.
Okay, and who works at the daycare with you?
2 other teachers and me.
Okay, what are the other teachers' names?
Chantel and Sakia.
How do you spell Chantel?
CHANTLE.
T-L-E?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like Chantel, C-H-A.
Chantel. CHANTLE.
Okay, what's her last name?
I don't remember.
And the other teacher?
Sakia.
How do you spell that?
SAKEYA.
Okay. Do you know Sakaya's last name?
No.
Sakia. Okay. And who is the operator of the daycare?
Iron.
Ira?
Iron.
Iran.
IRAN.
I-R-A-N. Is it a male?
Yes.
Do you know his last name?
DOS.
How do you spell it?
DOS.
Do you know where he lives?
No.
How much contact do you have with Iran?
Not for real. You don't be there for real.
Oh, okay. All right. How old is Chantal?
About 30.
How old is Sakia?
19.
Okay. Do they have training in early childhood education? They do. Do you know where they got their training?
I mean, they did one of the trainings with me. I don't know where else they got the other training from.
They did one of their. What do you mean? One of
Like, we did one CPR class.
Oh,
together,
okay.
And whatever they did was before.
All right.
Hey, Jen, what was Sarah, what was the day that you went for the well check? Do you remember when her last well check was?
What you mean, what check?
Did you say that you took her to the
I mean, well, based
pediatrician
off her.
pediatrician? You said she went
Pediatrician said, the last time I took her, well, she up to date with her shot records or whatever. I don't need to bring her back until she's 5.
and when was that?
Her last couple of months ago. Because when she was born, she was getting seen back to back. And they said when a child get older, they don't need to be seen all like that for real.
Right.
Who is her pediatrician? What's her?
I don't know. It's a he, but I don't know his name.
Where does he see patients?
Euclid.
And we have a lot of pediatric care facilities in Euclid? Which one is it?
The one up the street.
You got to do a little better. Just
Well, what
we
you
do have
Euclid
several.
Hospital?
Is it at Euclid Hospital? Okay, and is it like behind the Euclid Hospital?
Yep. Yep, it's right behind.
Okay, and do you remember the doctor's name, the pediatrician?
No, I just know it's the male.
How long has he been her pediatrician?
For 2 years? Yeah, 2 years.
Who was her
Because
pediatrician
I was taking
before
her.
that?
I was taking her on Broadway, Cleveland Clinic. Broadway Cleveland Clinic. In the Little Plaza.
Okay, on Broadway?
Mm-hmm.
And
I think that's 55th if I'm not mistaken.
And who was her pediatrician at the Broadway CCF?
Dr. Lionsdale was her doctor.
How do you spell that?
No. It was a lady. Cynthia, I want to say. Cynthia.
Cynthia? Do you know Cynthia's last name?
No.
Is Cynthia a medical doctor?
She was what you call it? DYOBN, something like that?
I'm not sure.
Doctor that do the checkup like for when the baby's born or before the baby's born. I thought I said it right. No, I thought I said it right.
You got
a DYOBN?
OBGYN.
Oh, an obstetrician gynecologist? So that's not a pediatrician.
Well, that's what she was being seen by.
And by a female named Cynthia, who's
I'm
an
trying
OBGYN.
I'm not sure. I just know her name started with S.
Okay. All right. So everything you told me. Go ahead.
Will I be able to go to the hospital to see her?
Well, the problem is everything you're telling me is not. Nothing is consistent with the way that Aniya is presented. Okay, the way that she appears, the injuries she suffered. Nothing that you're saying is making any sense.
How come it's not?
I don't know why.
I mean, that's why I brought her to you. That's why I brought her to the hospital because I thought she was acting weird. I didn't.
When did you bring her to the hospital?
Today they took her.
Okay, you mean you called?
When I called.
Well, Deonte called 911.
Right.
Okay.
It could have been some day that told me that I didn't know.
What can you tell us about when you called 911? What exactly were you guys doing? What were you doing?
I was doing CPR, and he was looking at me do CPR.
And where was?
On the floor. She told me to lay on the floor on her back.
Okay. And what was she wearing?
Who?
Aniya.
A jeans and a pink shirt, and I believe some orange socks, and a pink jacket, and like a.
She was wearing a pink. She was wearing a pink jacket.
It's a pink jacket, and it's like a peach hat.
Okay.
And what color pants?
Blue jean. Shirt is pink, and it got like some type of words on it.
Were you able to see where you were putting your hands during CPR with the shirt on?
Like in the chest part. I pulled her shirt up.
You pulled her shirt up? Like, you pulled her shirt up to expose her chest?
So I can see what I was doing, yeah.
Okay.
Because she told me not to put too much pressure on it. And I pulled her shirt up because the lady told me to see if she was breathing.
Okay, the dispatcher asked you to do that? Okay. Okay. What were your thoughts when you were giving her the were you giving her CPR or just chest compressions?
I was doing this. I took the head up. I was doing based on what I did in my training class. When somebody's not breathing, tilt the head up. You test to see if they're breathing on the side. And I noticed she wasn't breathing on the side.
Okay.
Pinched her nose a little bit. Blew through her mouth about 4 times.
Okay.
That didn't help, so I did about 15 compressions, whatever you call that.
Okay.
I did that 15 times, then I did it again 50 times. And she told me to keep going until they got there. And I kept doing it, and I kept getting something like that out of her.
And was the CPR that you just described, was it done on the phone with the dispatcher?
Yeah, I was on the phone with her. I was doing it before I was on the phone with her, and
Okay.
when she was like, "Well, I'm about to take you through the steps," and the steps she was taking to, I told her I was doing it when she told me to do it again.
Okay.
But she told me to keep doing it till they got there, to see if I can get a response out of her.
Okay,
And
keep
she
doing it
told
till who got there?
The ambulance got there.
Okay, all right. And what did the paramedics say when they came in?
They rushed and they had got her, and then that's when I started putting my
How
shoes
did they
and
get in the apartment?
stuff. I believe my boyfriend had to go downstairs and let him in because my lease office is closed.
I mean, how did they get into apartment?
My apartment.
What number do you live in?
213.
Yeah, how they get into
Deonte
213?
he opened the door.
Okay, you had to go.
Because they was
unlock the
bamming
door?
out, yeah.
Yeah. What? How come you guys didn't have the door open and waiting for the medics?
Have it open because we thought they could get downstairs.
You were trying to say that again.
You were asking me why the door wasn't open.
Yeah. Why was the apartment locked?
That wasn't our main concern. We was focused on Aniya then.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't focused about the door being
You said
open.
something about going downstairs. What did you mean by that?
Because I'm on the second floor.
Right.
It's two doors. It's my door and it's the door downstairs.
Yes.
You asked me who let them in. I said Deonte had to go downstairs to let them in.
Did Deonte go downstairs to let them in?
Yeah, I believe. Yeah.
You just told me that.
No.
Deonte opened the
I don't even
apartment
know how they
door.
got in. I don't even know how they got in.
Okay.
I was confused. I don't even know how they got in because my lease office normally ambulance or the police have to go to the lease office to let them in. Deonte let them through the 213, which is my apartment door. I don't know who let them in.
Okay.
But when we was on the phone, she did say to let them in from downstairs because you have the badge. You had to buzz in to get in.
Right.
But they was already knocking at the door. Deonte let them in.
Okay.
I had that confused. Yeah, Deonte let them in.
Okay. Okay.
Did you cover the leg?
Yeah, we talked about the leg.
Okay.
Yeah. I told her my main concern with that is just why it's localized to only the legs.
I mean, that was my main concern too because we didn't get to the upper body, but the water was just on her waist side.
The water's up to where?
On her waist side.
So if she's sitting in your tub. That.
And it's the lower part.
Okay, then why?
I just thought this was.
Why aren't all her legs?
That was me and my dude main concern. I said, why was it just from the waist side? I just thought sometimes you can wash up and just get on certain parts of your body. Because I done broke out and it just got on certain parts of my body.
Okay.
And I just thought maybe she got a allergic reaction from the Johnson Johnson because I never used that. She ran out of hers, so I just used that.
Okay, sure. How long has she appeared like this? Do you see how she appears in this photo here?
What you mean, like the way she's sitting?
Well, what do you see like right here?
She's turned over.
Well, I'm pointing at her knee. What do you see about her? What do you notice about her knees? Her shoulders. What do you think I'm pointing out?
I don't see the surgeon.
Well, her bones are protruding.
What you mean?
Okay, so not to be weird or anything, but if the rest of us were in here in only underwear like she is, our bones wouldn't stick out like this. Okay, we have fat and other tissue on top of our bones. Okay, this child is extremely thin. Okay.
I mean, Aniya was never fat.
Sure.
At all.
Right.
She was throwing up a lot, and I thought that consisted of that too.
Okay. When did she start appearing this thin?
Aniya's. I already didn't know no change in my daughter's body for real, because she was normal to me. She was eating well.
Okay. What you're telling me, this is what we're looking at, okay? Mm-hmm. Remember, I have 4 children, okay?
I understand.
I have a daughter your age.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so I know what healthy children should look like at all ages. She's You're saying she was at her well check, she got a weight check. You don't want to tell me how much she weighed then?
I don't remember how much she weighed.
Okay, how much do you think she weighs right here today in this picture?
About 30-something.
You think she weighs about 30
No,
something?
about 40-something. She looked
weighs
normal to
30
me.
or 40 something?
Yeah.
I don't think she weighs that much. I think she looks like she weighs about 20 pounds, which is way, way under normal weight for a 4-year-old. Okay, especially someone her height. Do you think that this looks okay? These bones sticking out?
I really didn't notice that for real.
When did she start looking like this?
Like I said, Aniya always been like a normal size. She eats a lot.
Okay, this isn't a normal size. This is a very, very thin child, dangerously thin. If you had taken her to see a doctor and they saw her like this, they wouldn't release her. When's the last time you took her to a doctor?
I took her to Euclid Hospital a couple of months ago, and they told me to come back when she turns 5. And I need to know.
Did you have an appointment at that time?
Yeah, it was an appointment.
And did you stay for the appointment and go through the motions of the appointment?
Like the medical.
Because you're telling me that they told you to come back in a year. Did they refuse to examine her that day?
No, they examined her. What the lady told me was, it's no point of her coming back. Because I asked, when is the next checkup? Women's Day, you don't need to come back until she's 5.
Okay.
Because Aniya was going back to back.
Did they weigh her that day when you took her there a couple months ago? What did they say to you about her weight at that time?
Aniya was normal.
Okay. So I'll be able to get records of that appointment, and we'll compare that weight that she is. You're saying a couple months ago. It's March. Are we talking in 2018?
I said a couple of months ago.
Okay. What month do you think it was?
I'm not for sure.
Well, that is when it's cold outside, you know it at that building because it's right on the lake. Were you going there in wintertime, or were you going there in summertime and it's warm?
I went in the summer.
Okay. Was it just this past summer?
It was no. I was living in Harbor Press. I mean, I can't tell you the exact date and the exact month.
Okay.
I just know it was in the summer.
Okay. So do you think it was this past summer? No, you don't?
I'm getting my years mixed up. No.
But if she's a normal weight at the time you take her there, and we compare it to what weight she is right here in this picture taken yesterday, Sunday. Okay, I see you starting to get upset.
No, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
Okay.
If I take her...
Do you want to...
I take her to the... You said if I take her to... If you go get her records, and I told you that was normal from now.
Right. She's no longer a normal weight here. Okay, so...
You're asking me, did I notice her weight?
If you're saying she has a normal weight from her last well check, this is not normal. So there's a change
in her weight.
Yeah. You agree this is not normal?
It didn't catch my eye.
This didn't catch your eye?
No, it didn't catch my eye. She was to me, she was normal. She was eating, drinking juice, and doing all that stuff. So it didn't catch my weight.
Okay.
I mean, I get what you were saying, but she was eating. She wasn't not taking.
What
food.
Is she eating?
Normal stuff. Chicken.
When is she eating chicken?
Well, I cook like every day. Sometimes I might go out or whatever.
Okay. What was the last thing Aniya ate?
Tried to eat. She had chicken nuggets and she had some French fries and then soup. Well, this Sunday we tried to give her soup and pop, as I told you, because she wouldn't take nothing down.
Okay. You said she ate chicken nuggets and French fries. When was that?
We tried to give it to her.
When?
Sunday. And then when we gave her the chicken noodle soup, she threw it up.
You tried to give her the chicken nuggets what
day? Tried to give her the chicken nuggets and fries. That didn't stay down.
What day?
Sunday. She barely ate a French fry.
Okay.
And then we prolonged it to give her the chicken noodle soup with the ginger ale. She threw that up along with the Tylenol that I put in there.
Okay. You gave her Tylenol?
Yeah, a little bit.
What kind of Tylenol?
Kids Tylenol.
Liquid or pills?
Liquid.
What did you do with the bottle?
It's all gone.
What did you do with the bottle after you used it all?
Deonte threw it away.
When did you throw it away?
I don't remember. because we had used the last time.
Okay, do you know what I'm asking you about the Tylenol?
No,
I think you do.
I don't.
Okay. You didn't give her Tylenol.
I gave her a little bit of Tylenol.
Okay, but where did it come from? Because the bottle does not exist. You don't have Tylenol
There's
in
no
your
more
house.
Tylenol in my house. Deonte threw it away.
Okay, but your other garbage is still in the house.
Deonte threw it away. She only had it was only a little bit of Tylenol. He threw it
So
away
where did Deonte throw away the bottle of Tylenol?
in the trash can
Which trash can?
in the room,
Which room?
in the living room. It's a little trash can in there.
Okay, we went through the trash. There's no Tylenol bottle.
Well, you can ask him if he still got it, but we was giving her Tylenol.
He doesn't have it. He doesn't have the Tylenol bottle
We
here.
was giving her
Police department.
Tylenol, so her stomach can stop being upset. If that was
Where did you buy the Tylenol?
I've been had a Tylenol. I brought her from Dollar Tree.
Okay. Why isn't the Tylenol bottle in your house
It
right now?
should be in the house unless Deonte took it out with him.
It's not. Where would Deonte have taken
I
it?
got I had 2 trash cans in my house.
All your trash is still in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, trash you thrown away days ago is still in the trash, so I'm not believing that somebody took a tiny bottle of Tylenol and walked it to a trash can removed from the house.
I mean, I don't know. He could have threw it out when he went outside to go take a smoke. I don't know, because we used the last of the Tylenol and he had it, and I'm pretty sure he threw it away.
Okay.
I gave my child Tylenol.
So if the child has Tylenol in her system,
She threw it up.
Okay.
I gave her Tylenol. I'm not lying. I gave my child Tylenol.
Okay. But what you're saying isn't adding up with our investigation. Do you understand that?
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I'm telling you what happened.
Okay. When did she start appearing this way as opposed to a healthy, normal weight?
What you mean, like the way she's laying?
How thin she is? How
I mean,
skeletally thin she
Anaya
is?
Anaya was, like I said, she was a normal size. It did catch my attention, because if it caught my attention, I would have just took her to the hospital. Anaya has always been like not bony, but like a decent sized child that just ate a lot.
Okay, she's not a decent sized child anymore, and she's definitely bony. I'm going to show you a picture. Okay, this is her back. There's absolutely no fat on her back. You can see her pronounced vertebrae.
Yes, and I noticed that too.
What did you notice?
The way her butt was getting wrinkled. And I basically just thought it was because she kept throwing up, and it pertains to her losing weight.
Do you see what I'm pointing to here?
Her leg, yeah.
What is that?
Her bone,
Her bone in her what? Do you know what bone this is here?
her leg,
Well, do you know what bone this is here?
her side.
Okay, so that's her hip bone, right? Okay. It's very, very pronounced. There's no fat. The thigh is much smaller than the bone structure. Okay, we've got no fat here. We've got a leg that is just bone. This is a knee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a knee should not be bigger than a thigh. You see how we have a knee that's bigger than her thigh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's going on here with her buttock?
I really just thought because she was just, Anaya wasn't, within the last couple of days, Anaya just kept throwing up. And like I told you, I told my dude, that's the reason why it can be caused because she's losing weight.
You have training in early childhood education.
Mm-hmm.
And you are sitting in this room trying to convince a mother of 4, who has kids your age,
Mm-hmm.
okay, that you... What's going on here?
My daughter's butt is wrinkled, which I can see because I noticed that too.
What else is going on in this picture? What do we talk about here?
Her hip bone.
Okay. Is that normal?
And I didn't really feel like it was a problem.
You spent 2 years in early childhood education in junior and senior year?
Mm-hmm.
You seem very intelligent.
I am intelligent.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're intelligent and you have this training in early childhood education, why are you trying to convince me that you think this is normal?
I'm not trying to convince you. It didn't catch my attention is what I'm saying.
So you're the mother of this child and you don't see this as a problem?
No, because my child before that, she was eating.
How long has she looked like this?
She just started, like I said, she just like literally just started losing her weight.
When?
I did, her butt just started looking like that.
When did she start looking like this?
Her butt started looking like that approximately Wednesday or Tuesday.
Okay.
But
This didn't happen Tuesday or Wednesday.
My kids
It's
started.
Monday right now. It's Monday at
Right.
2 in the morning.
I understand what you're saying.
This isn't a week. This is a long period of time a child takes to get this emaciated.
But Aniya is 4. She's a kid. When a kid don't eat for a couple of days before,
There's- medical doctors have looked at these photos and have
Right.
examined the child. This
Right.
is not a week of the stomach virus.
what I'm saying is she's throwing up a lot.
When did that start?
She started Thursday.
This did not happen since Thursday. Okay.
My daughter.
Sometime before last Thursday, she started looking like this. When was it?
If her body started looking like that, I would have proceeded to take her to the hospital.
Why didn't you take her to the hospital?
It wasn't her body. It wasn't out of proportion to the point that I was concerned to take her to the doctors.
So you saw her body like this,
It wasn't really like that, Miss.
but it is like that.
It is like that,
We're
yeah.
looking. Yeah, it is like that.
Mhm.
Okay. And the
And I know what you're
doctors have
trying to-
said it
Mhm.
did not happen since Thursday.
I know what
Not
you're
even
trying to
happened
say.
since last Tuesday.
Her body wasn't looking like that. Aniya was.
When did
throwing
her
up a
body
lot.
start looking like
I
this?
said, well, her butt started looking weird around like Tuesday or Wednesday, but it wasn't out of proportion, so I can call the hospital. Is what I'm saying. Aniya was throwing up a lot. What I'm telling you, Aniya wasn't a big sized kid. She was like in between like a medium size.
A child that looks like this
right.
needs rushed to the ER because there's something seriously wrong. Okay?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Right, but you didn't do that. You didn't take her to the doctor.
I was
You haven't
trying-
taken her to the doctor since you don't remember when. Sometime when it was summer and maybe not
She had
even this
it.
past summer.
That's when she had a checkup. And if you go to the hospital, Aniya's been to all her checkups.
What hospital would I go to find
You
that
to the
out?
hospital. Her pediatrician.
You don't
She's
even know her
already-
pediatrician's name. How am I going to get medical records?
I mean, it's a male. It's a male, but it's sometimes a woman too, but I don't know her doctor's name.
Okay, so when's the last time they're going to have her being seen on file?
They told me to take her. I don't know, a couple of months ago. I don't know the exact date when I took my daughter. It was in the summer.
But not this past summer?
No, I was working at Get Ready Circle and I was living in Harbor Press. It was this past summer because Deonte took me.
Okay.
Yeah, because I was dating.
And
Yeah, I
did
was
you
dating
go
Deonte.
in? Okay, so it was this past summer. And did you go in?
I went in with her. Mm-hmm.
Did you go into a patient room?
Went into the room. I mean,
Okay.
you've been inside Eagle Hospital, right?
Yes, yeah. I'm just making sure your experience is like every other pediatric visit I've had with my kids.
Checked her, but they did a little, with the little thumb, checked your hand, whatever, pinch or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Gave her a shot.
Okay.
Did a little thing on her knees or whatever. I checked the ears and stuff.
They weighed her?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that's in the summer of 2017.
Mm-hmm. Because
Okay.
I remember Deonte had took me and I was talking to him at that time.
You were talking to him. He took you? How did you get there?
He had a truck.
He had a truck?
Mm-hmm. His dad's truck.
His dad's truck. Okay. All right. But she didn't look like this then?
No, her butt did not look like that.
Did her knees look like this?
I've been raising my daughter for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Aniya has never had a fat weight or a big weight for real.
Mm-hmm.
No, her butt never looking like that.
Yeah, we're not talking about whether or not she has fat. There's definitely no fat in this picture. You've got bones that are sticking out further than the thigh. It's totally not normal.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from.
What kind of relationship did you have with Ayana,
Oh,
your daughter?
Aniya,
Aniya, yeah.
a good relationship with my daughter.
Relationship?
Yeah, a good relationship with my daughter. Spoiled.
Okay. Was there any kind of discipline or anything that you've ever? How would you discipline?
No, I barely discipline my child because she's not bad.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
I just be like, if she was to do something wrong, no, don't do that. Aniya wasn't a child that I had to tell to do something for real.
But when she did do something wrong, like if she went to
Only thing Aniya probably do is she'd throw a little tantrum. You can ask my family. She'd throw a little tantrum, or whatever, and I'd be like, Aniya, stop. Or probably what I do to my daycare kids, I put her in timeout based on her age.
Okay.
And I barely did that.
What is that?
Put her in. You
I know
gotta
what
put
timeout is, but what do you mean by age? What do I don't understand?
like 4 minutes.
4 minutes.
Like if they 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes.
1 minute per their age.
Basically.
Where does she go to timeout?
By the couch.
And does she sit on the couch?
I
for
just
timeout?
no, I just sit on the couch.
Sit on the couch for timeout?
Yeah, take the tablet away from her, and I won't give her no candy until she realizes what she did. Because Aniya's very smart.
Okay.
Other than that, she's not a bad child. So I didn't have to distance Aniya.
Do you have any playmates?
What you mean?
Like anybody come over to the apartment and play with her? She go to anybody's
I mean,
house,
yeah,
play
my
a
dude,
game?
Jason.
Yes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How often do they usually play together?
How often?
Mm-hmm.
Whenever we go to his brother's house sometime. Or Jason and I used to come over on Market Press.
When's the last time they played together?
Week or 2 weeks ago.
What's JCN's dad's name?
I don't know.
Well, is he at the house?
Mm-hmm.
You go to the house for a play date with JCN and Aniya, but you don't know the dad's name? Who's your
That's
living
not.
boyfriend's brother?
It's my boyfriend, but that's not my priority. You know what I mean? Deonte don't even know half of my family member names.
So how long ago did they have a play date?
Like 2-3 weeks ago. But I was mainly at the daycare. She was around kids, so.
And where was that play date at 3 weeks ago, 2 to 3 weeks ago?
At his house on, what is that, Wade Park.
And whose house was it at?
That's his brother's house, which is his apartment.
Were you there during the play date?
Mm-hmm.
You stayed there the whole time?
Yeah.
Where was JCN's dad?
In the living room. Kids was in JC's room.
Where was Deonte?
We was all in the living room.
Anyone else in the apartment?
I believe his girl was there that day.
Who's his girl?
Deonte's brother girl.
Jason's girlfriend?
Mm-hmm.
Any other kids there besides Aniya and JCN?
Nope, it was just JC.
Okay. What's this from here?
It fell out when she was brushing her teeth.
When did that happen?
I noticed her tooth was loose when I took her to the dentist.
When was that?
I took her to the dentist like 7-8 months ago.
Who's the dentist?
Dr. Walker,
Where's Dr. Walker's office?
Severance.
Did she get any x-rays that day?
For her teeth?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't know her teeth was loose till they told me.
And when was that?
8 months ago, like 8 months ago, 7-8 months ago.
And how long after that did the tooth fall out?
A couple of days after.
So the tooth fell out about 7 to 8 months ago?
A couple of months. When I took her at like 8 months ago, then after that, when I took her, it fell out like a couple of days ago when she was brushing her teeth. Like when I left the dentist, a couple of days after I left the dentist,
Yeah?
she was brushing her teeth and her teeth fell out. What they told me it was going to do because it was very loose.
Okay.
That was
What
her
did you
first-
guys do to celebrate her first tooth?
Gave her $5 and some candy.
Was Deonte there when her tooth fell out?
No, I almost said no, we wasn't there. Mm-mm.
He wasn't there?
Mm-mm.
Did he come home though and see that she lost her tooth?
Mm-hmm. I gave her $5 for it. and some candy.
He gave her $5?
I gave her $5 and some candy for it.
Oh, okay. You gave her $5 and some candy. And what did he say to her about her losing her tooth?
Just basically said the tooth fairy gave her $5, which is me.
So Deonte came home and told.
He was just
Aniya?
basically just being, oh my God, your tooth fell out.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Do you understand what you're going to be charged with today?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What does she look like in this picture?
Her child, she has a black eye.
Okay. Does she look well?
No, she was sick.
Okay.
So I was a very concerned mother. That's all I was doing. What I had to do as a mother to make sure she get better. Because if I didn't care, I wouldn't.
Do
have
you
did
want
it.
to continue to sit in this room and tell me the story you've been telling me?
What you mean?
The lies you've been telling me. Do you want to continue to tell them?
I'm not. It's not no lies. I'm literally legit on my right hand to God is telling you the truth.
You're not telling me the truth.
I'm telling you the truth. That's what happened to my child. I don't have no reason to lie. Deonte was my witness.
Well, unfortunately, you and Deonte do not have the same story.
How come we don't have the same story? She fell.
Well, I'm giving you the opportunity to make it right here by telling me the truth.
I am telling you the truth.
I wouldn't be sitting here with you if I thought you were telling me the truth, because we'd be done already. Okay?
I mean, I'm not lying. I'm not lying about nothing. That's what happened.
So
I don't know how he explained it to you, but that is what happened.
Let's do this. What like starting today? Today's or yesterday would have been Sunday, right?
Right.
From the time that you woke up on Sunday, can you kind of run through the timeline one more time for us? What you
What
did on
happened
Sunday?
Sunday? I woke up around like it was like 12 o'clock. Woke up. He asked me, "Do you smell it?" I said, "Yeah." Whatever. So we continued on, went to the room. I noticed Aniya was laying in the boo-boo, and it was like she was spinning around. So I proceeded to take her to the tub, wash her up, take down her hair, and wash it all out.
What was she saying to you?
"Mommy, I want to lay down. Mommy, I'm sleepy."
Okay. And that was around 2, you said?
No, I said we got up around like, I want to say it was around like 12.
12. Okay, I'm sorry, 12.
I'm just trying to give you time on what I think.
Okay, yeah, that's why I just want a timeline of what happened today. Okay. And then you put her back in the room after the bath? After the bath?
She lay down for a couple of minutes.
Where at?
I laid her in the room.
I don't know which, there's like a
a
dining room, a bedroom.
It's the bedroom.
In the bedroom?
Mhm.
In the bed? And
But it
what was
wasn't for too long. Went back there to check on her.
Okay.
Got her out the bed. Noticed that she wasn't really breathing as Aniya would be breathing, a normal person or whatever. Asked her, was she okay? She barely responded or whatever. And I noticed that she stopped breathing or whatever. So that's when I prolonged to do CPR.
Okay.
I don't know if he's
What was she, and again, she was wearing what?
blue jeans. She has a pink shirt on, and I believe the pink shirt like got like words in it. Her hat was like it was a peachy color, and she had on a pink jacket.
Okay. So what are you concerned that about? Are you concerned about Deonte and what he's telling us?
Which I'm concerned about my daughter.
Okay. Well, you started to say I don't know what he's, and I didn't know.
Cause you're basically saying our stuff don't add up, and I don't see how
It
it
doesn't.
doesn't add up. Is if he worded it different, like I don't see how it don't add up.
If it was just the wording that was an issue, we could understand that.
Mhm.
Everybody has their own perspective on things.
Right?
Okay. We have two totally different stories.
And I don't see how.
Your story does not at all match what caused these injuries to your
Mhm.
daughter. Okay. It's not truthful what you're telling us.
I'm telling you, I have no reason to lie. Like if it was cameras in my house, you would have seen.
Well, there are no cameras in your house.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
She fell real hard, and we both heard a bump, like a real loud
This is
bump.
not a fall. Okay. You can stop trying to convince us that we know this is not a fall.
Miss, I put this on my unborn child. I'm not trying to convince nothing.
Are you pregnant?
No, I'm just saying.
Okay. You said you're unborn child. I just was asking if you're pregnant. Okay. This
I mean,
is
I
not for
understand-
me, okay?
Right.
I'm not a medical doctor. We have medical doctors confirming this is not a fall,
Mhm.
okay? Do you think the medical doctor is the expert, right?
I mean, anybody can be an expert, you know what I mean?
Not anybody.
No,
It
sounds
takes
good.
a lot of work to
I mean,
get
I'm not saying it like
a
that.
degree, a medical degree, you're
I mean, I get what you're saying.
you're licensed to practice medicine, especially to be a pediatrician,
Right.
because that's a further area of specialty.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
Are you trying to tell me that you don't believe that the pediatricians are right?
I'm not saying that they're not right, but I'm telling you that's what happened. And
That's
you're
not what
guys saying
happened.
because you're a pediatrician or
Right.
whatever.
Okay. That's not what happened. Nothing that you're saying is matching up with how she presents. And I don't know if you've noticed, but every time you tell your story, it changes a little bit. That's a
Yeah,
problem when you
definitely.
when you lie. It's difficult.
I'm not lying.
It's difficult to remember what you've said.
I'm not lying at all. I understand what you're saying about they had their degrees and stuff, but I don't see how I'm lying.
Okay.
So those marks on her leg, you said those were...
I believe it came from the Johnson Johnson because I never used it on Aniya. When I was giving her a bath, I thought it could have been like a skin allergic actually because when I saw it, I'm like, wow. And when I put her in the bathtub, I put it on her body, on the bottom, like below her body or whatever. It wasn't at the top for real. And my concern about, like I asked Deonte, my concern was like it didn't get on her whole body.
Were you upset with her?
Yeah, I was upset.
Were
Yeah,
you
I was
upset with
upset.
her when she pooped herself and you went to clean her up?
Was I upset?
Yeah, were you upset?
No, I wasn't
Or-
upset.
No, you weren't upset?
Kids have accidents.
Okay.
And Aniya barely had accidents, so it wasn't nothing to be upset about. Aniya's potty trained. And I understand you guys doing your job. That's why I'm saying here it come, because I know what I saw. And I know what I heard. I understand you guys detective and people went to school or whatever, but yeah, I'm a concerned mother, because if I wasn't a concerned mother, I would never took her to the hospital.
You didn't
Or
go to
when-
the hospital.
I didn't take her to the hospital right away because I was trying to do my own procedure. Give her the stuff, ginger ale and stuff like that.
Okay, you get a child that looks like this at home. You can't do your own procedure. This is deathly. Okay?
What you mean?
Doing your own procedure at home did not fix her. Do you understand?
I was trying to give her food to make sure
Okay.
let her eat.
So you're telling us you tried to give her food and she couldn't eat,
No,
and you didn't rush her to the hospital.
just thought she was probably sick. I got sick
We
before.
went over this before. This is
Right.
not a child who's sick. Okay, what is this?
Her butt is not normal. It's wrinkled.
Her butt is not normal. That is grossly emaciated. So very, very emaciated. Do you know what that means?
No.
So extremely skinny, deathly skinny, no fat, starved to death.
No, and I ate. That's the weird part. She was eating.
Okay, well, if she was eating and she still looked like this, you needed to rush her to the doctor, and you didn't.
Look, I'm a young brother. I'm 23. I thought I was doing my best. I
You
thought
thought
I
you
was
were doing your best?
Yes.
You work at a daycare.
Yes.
You have training in early childhood.
Mhm.
Is Aniya at 4 years old in early
She's 4.
childhood?
She's 4, yeah.
Is she in her early childhood?
And get ready to go to school.
So you know what to look for.
Mhm.
And you saw this. This is a skeleton. You saw this and you didn't take her for any kind of emergency care.
I was just trying to feed her. Like I said, I thought I knew.
But it
what I was
wasn't
doing.
working. Right?
It wasn't working.
How long was she not eating?
She started Thursday.
Okay, this didn't happen since Thursday. A child does not go from healthy and eating fine to looking like this on Sunday. These pictures were taken on Sunday.
I understand what you're saying. I've been with Aniya every day, and Aniya, it wasn't nothing. It wasn't no concern for me to take her to the hospital.
Well, there was a concern. If she
Mhm.
looked like this, there was a concern, okay? And
I mean,
that's besides the burns, the horrible bruise on her eye, which is not from a fall, and also the contusion and bump on her forehead.
Yeah. As well as
I
those
mean,
marks
I
on
mean-
her leg.
I understand what you guys saying, but it's not going to change.
You're not explaining this. You're not giving us a reasonable explanation for this.
I don't know what you guys want me to explain.
We want the truth.
Yeah, we want the
I'm
truth.
telling the truth.
Do you want to have a child with Deonte?
Yes, I do.
You do?
We wanted a boy.
You wanted a boy. What do you guys usually do with Aniya when you go out? When you and Deonte go out to have a good time, what do you do for Aniya?
She goes with us.
She goes with you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where do you go?
Out to eat, skating.
Okay.
I'm not really an
When's the last
outdoor
time the
person.
three of you left the house together?
We went to Red Lobster. A couple of days before that, went to church. He go to his grandparents' house sometimes,
Okay.
or I might go to my dad's sometimes, or whatever.
Okay. Well,
I'm not a really outgoing person, so unless I go back and forth to work.
so you tried to feed her, you told me a couple times what you tried to feed her today. What did you try to feed her? Or Sunday, I should say. Right?
Yes, she.
What did you try to feed her?
But I tried to feed her Saturday.
Sunday.
Sunday, I told her I tried to give her the soup,
Mhm.
and I tried to give her some ginger ale, and she threw it up.
Okay. What did you guys eat?
Had some Chipotle, leftover Chipotle, whatever. And then we was gonna cook some, tacos, but I still had Chipotle, so I didn't eat it.
Where is the Chipotle from?
Chipotle across the street.
Right across the street. When did you guys get it?
We went to Chipotle. When did we go to Chipotle? Was it 2 days ago? I think he went to Chipotle like 2 days ago.
You went to Chipotle like 2 days ago. They have video there, so I can find it. Today is Monday, but it's the middle of the night, so it just kind of still Sunday night for some people.
Do you want to do the cheek?
The what?
Do you want to do the cheek?
Sure. Yeah. Who went to get the Chipotle?
Deonte went to go to Chipotle.
When was that?
Like I said, I believe it was 2 days ago.
Okay. And so this food that's in your microwave that's not under refrigeration is 2 days old? Is that what you're saying?
That's Chipotle that we had got.
It's in the microwave.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why is it 2 days old, but it's not
Wrapped up.
it's not, it doesn't look like it's aged 2 days. The lettuce is still crisp. It's not moldy.
I mean, when you heat it up, I ain't just take it out the refrigerator and eat it cold.
So if I go there and I find that one of you is at Chipotle on Sunday buying food,
It's not.
when I recover video, what are you gonna say then?
You can go get the video.
Okay. All right. How come you didn't tell me earlier that he left to go get Chipotle when I was
Because
asking
Chipotle
you?
didn't cross my mind. That's
It
why.
didn't cross your mind. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. I gotta get a swab. I only have one. I need a couple. You want more water while we're gone?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. You want a new cup?
Mm.
Yeah. Oh, that has coffee. Yeah, we'll get you a new cup. I'll be right back.
What can I go see tonight?
We'll talk about that when I get back. No, I'm good. Just want to get your water. In investigations like this, it's typical that we ask for a DNA specimen from a vocal swab, which is of the inside of your cheek.
Did they just do that?
What?
Did they just do that?
Of you?
A swab?
That's different. The one from the jail is different than the one. This one that I take is for a different purpose.
Like just the jail?
The jails goes into a database called CODIS. This one is only being used as a standard to compare to any evidence that we recover from this investigation. Okay?
There you go. Sierra.
So before I collect it, I'm just going to read this form to you, okay? And this is a consent form to obtain your saliva specimen, okay? I, Sierra Day, having been advised of my constitutional rights not to have a specimen of my saliva taken without a judicial order, and of the fact that I have a right to refuse to consent to providing a specimen of my saliva, do hereby authorize, and that would be me, Detective Krozak, to obtain such specimens as they deem necessary for purposes of their investigation. This written permission is being given by me to the above-named officers voluntarily, without any promises or threats being made to me, and no pressure or coercion having been made against me. I'm also going to put the sergeant's name here. Do you understand that statement as I read it to you?
Mm-hmm.
And do you give us permission to collect your vocal swab?
Yes.
Okay. Sign here. Yes. It is on the 12th at 2:22 a.m. Okay. And I'm going to sign as the person who's going to take the sample. Once I start taking the sample, I'm not going to speak, so if you have any questions about how it's going to go, ask me now. Any questions?
No.
All right, so I'll explain it to you quick and then give you more chance to ask questions. I'm going to open up the swabs. They're just long Q-tips. Okay, I'm just going to swab the inside of your cheek. It should be painless. But while I do that, I'm going to wear gloves and not speak because I don't want any DNA from my mouth mixing with any DNA sample I'm getting from you. Do you understand that? Do you have any questions before I do it? No? Okay. Could you just sign as the witness, Sergeant?
Gotcha.
Thanks. There's a pen there, too. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So So we don't have much longer here. Okay, spent enough time here. I need you to understand something, okay? Do you know what you're gonna be charged with when I take you back over to the jail?
No,
What do you think you're gonna be charged with?
I don't know. I don't know nothing about the charges. Never been to jail.
You're gonna be charged in your daughter's death.
Hmm?
You're gonna be charged with her death.
What you mean?
She passed away. She was dead when you guys called us. She was already dead.
My daughter is dead?
She's dead. Sierra. She was dead for hours before you called 911.
Speak for your daughter. Tell us what happened, Sierra.
He just
Speak
woke
for your
up.
daughter.
I'm speaking. When we woke up, he just said, "Did you smell something?" That's all he said. It was boo that we had smelled.
When do you think she died?
I didn't know.
Do you think she died
I thought she was
overnight?
no. I thought she was still breathing.
She wasn't breathing. She's been dead for hours. You know how I understand? I know that. Sierra,
No, I don't.
I'm not a doctor. Who do you think determines how long this person's been dead?
I don't know. Doctors.
Yeah, doctors. But not just any doctor. The kind of doctor who specializes in examining the bodies of deceased people. Okay? So someone with a specialty in death investigation, a medical doctor, a forensic pathologist. Absolutely, without a doubt, she was dead when you called us. And for hours before that. What was going on in those hours before you called us?
She was in the bed. Deonte woke me up and said, "Babe," because Aniya was good. She was breathing. If she wasn't
When was she
breathing,
breathing?
she was breathing. I had her in the tub because I had to
When?
wash her up.
When did you have her in the tub?
I had her in the tub after she boo-booed.
When was
I
that?
told her, she said, "Mommy, can you lay me down? I'm sleepy. I'm tired."
When?
Sunday.
What time on Sunday?
I don't remember what time you just said my daughter is
How
dead.
long before you called us did the bath happen?
The bath wasn't that long.
So she was already dead when you gave her a bath?
Oh, she wasn't dead. Aniya was alive, sitting up.
Well, that's
sitting
not.
up. The day
That's
before.
not what Deonte tells us.
What is Deonte telling you?
Well, he tells us she's dead when you give her a bath.
He told you she was dead when you gave her a bath.
Did you guys decide together to bathe her after you knew she was dead? Whose
No,
idea
she
was
was
it?
up.
Whose idea was it to bathe her?
Both of us. It was both of
You
ours.
decided together to bathe her?
Yes.
Okay.
And she was responsive.
She wasn't responsive.
She was responsive. She wasn't talking. She was just saying, "Mommy, I was sleepy."
Dead kids don't say that. You're young. Okay, you're overwhelmed. Tell me when you started feeling like this.
I feel like what?
Like overwhelmed.
I've been feeling overwhelmed. I'm a young mother.
Okay,
I try my best.
okay.
Deonte came along to try to help out. I was a single mother
Yeah.
before Deonte.
You don't have to do this anymore. You don't have to play a game with me.
I'm not-
You don't have to stick to this lie.
I'm not
You
sticking
can-
to no lie.
Listen,
I'm not sticking
it's,
to no
it's
lie.
okay.
It's okay.
I'm not sticking to no lie.
When Deonte came along, did things change with you and Aniya?
I told him she started acting weird
After when?
because I was single for so long.
Okay.
I told him that.
How did he react to having to have a 4-year-old involved with him everywhere you guys went?
I don't know if he just took the initiative to be there just to be with me or my daughter. Aniya did tell me before, I don't like noodles, but he never did nothing to harm her to say that.
Okay. You knew she was dead when you called us.
So I did not.
You did.
I
You
just
have
thought she
training in
wasn't.
early childhood education. You
I
have,
just thought she wasn't responsive.
you have recent CPR training. We know.
I just thought she wasn't responsive. I didn't know my child was dead. I thought that it was something that the paramedics could do. I thought that it was something. No, hell no, I didn't think my daughter was dead. I just thought she wasn't responsive.
When was the last time you saw her responsive?
In the tub.
How many hours before you called us did you have her in the tub?
She wasn't in the tub for so long. She wasn't in the tub that long.
How many hours before you called us
It
Was
wasn't
in the
that
tub?
long. She lay down for a little bit. Then I got her back up. And then I noticed that she wasn't breathing. She just fell out.
You have one last opportunity, and I want you to understand, okay? You're not going home. You're being charged with this, okay? Your cooperation could go a long way. We're going to charge you regardless. So withholding information from me
I'm
is
not
not going to
holding
stop me from
information.
charging you, okay? You have an opportunity here to be honest with me. I'm not judging you, okay? I want to understand what led to this. Help me understand.
I don't know. It could have been Deonte. And I not liking Deonte. I don't know.
Did that put you in a position where you felt resentful toward Aniya sometimes?
What you mean resentful?
I don't know, you said that,
You said it could have been Deonte.
yeah. Aniya not liking him, what did that trigger?
He whooped my daughter before.
He what?
He whooped her before.
He whipped her?
Okay.
How did that make you feel?
Uncomfortable because I never whooped Aniya.
Okay, and when he whipped her, when was this? When did he whip her?
I was staying at Harborcrest.
When you were at Harborcrest? What did he use to whip her?
He used the belt.
He used the belt. How old was she at the time?
Poor.
Okay. Did you feel comfortable telling him not to discipline her that way? Were you afraid he would leave if you told him to stop?
Just no. He told me he.
I think you're ready to tell me how this happened.
Speak for her, Sierra.
What do you mean speak?
Just explain to me how this happened, because we know she didn't fall up.
Aniya did fall. We heard a bump.
Okay. So he started whipping her when you guys were on Harborcrest. How long?
Yes.
Is he still whipping her now?
He'd get angry.
What does he do when he gets angry?
He just grabbed her and put her in the bed
When was that?
a couple of times.
When was the most recent time?
He did it at Harborcrest a couple of times.
Has he done
The way he whipped my child, I didn't like it. I told him I didn't like it. He said to get her to act right, act better. Before I started dating Deonte, Aniya was a normal kid. Deonte came along. I just noticed a change in Aniya. She was acting weird. And the first time I let him whoop Aniya, he left something right here.
He left what?
It was a mark in the back of her. He left right there.
Yeah.
Sent her to her dad. Dad called 4 days later. Said something. My brother took the blame because he knew Mike probably would have flipped on Deonte. I told Deonte, you can't whip my child no more. And he was like, that's just a discipliner because she doesn't listen. He used to discipline her, putting her arms up. Something that I never did because I know Aniya started acting weird.
I have a doll that we use to help with cases like these. I understand it's more of like an infant size than she is, but if I get it, can you show me what you're talking about? Do you know where it is, Boss?
It's in that bag in the office.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna take off her handcuffs so that when you bring it back in, she can show us.
Okay.
Okay. Listen, you gotta relax, okay? I don't judge you.
Yes,
Okay. I need you to just relax. Are you okay?
my daughter's dead.
Okay. But I mean, you and I are working together right now. When did this happen where your brother, was it your twin brother?
No, it was my brother Eric.
Your brother who?
My brother Eric.
And he took the blame for injuries on Aniya? When was that?
This was a couple of months ago. He was in the store or whatever.
Yeah.
Aniya has a little temper. She gets mad when she don't get her way.
Okay.
Aniya wasn't acting right. And Deonte went home from the store and she knocked everything over.
Mm-hmm.
And he whooped her. And after he got done whooping her, I noticed it was a little mark on her.
Yeah.
And I told him to stop.
Okay.
Because he told me that would probably make her act right. Never once held the build up to Aniya. Never once put my hand on Aniya. And I noticed Aniya noticed a change. Because what I didn't do, he did do. But I felt like Deonte wasn't trying to be harmless. He was just telling me maybe she'll act right. Maybe she'll stop doing this. Did I feel afraid? Yes, I did. Because it's my daughter and I never once whooped her. And I know Aniya looked at me weird. Very weird. Because I never whooped my daughter. Never disciplined her. I was always calling out as her mother. I just never disciplined her.
Were you in the store when Deonte whooped her?
He wasn't in the store. Waited till we got home.
Okay.
And I didn't like to speak to him. That made him mad.
Did you find it? Okay, you could bring it up. You'll be fine. So we understand that Aniya is bigger than this, but you started to say something about
He whooped her.
putting her hands up? Okay. So where...
Deonte brought it to my conclusion because I never did nothing with her.
Okay. And this... Okay, so the first whooping is which one?
Right here.
Okay, and where was
Her
Aniya?
back.
Sitting or standing when it
She was
happened?
standing.
Standing? Okay, go ahead.
He just had her arms and he was just whooping her. And he like this to get her to act right. And he had told her to go to the bed and she went to the bed.
Okay, was he holding her up off the ground while he was whooping her?
Yeah.
Okay. So it wasn't like he was holding her and she was on the ground. He was
No.
holding her up.
Because she
so
was moving.
her feet weren't touching the ground. Okay. And he was whipping her with what?
A belt.
A belt. Okay.
His belt.
His own belt? Okay. And that was a couple months ago?
A couple of months ago.
Okay. And then which of your brothers took the blame for it?
Eric Johnson.
Eric? How old's Eric?
25.
Who did he tell that he did it?
He told her dad.
Is Mikhail or Michael, however it's pronounced, is he friends with Eric?
Used to hang, not too much, just a little bit.
What did you guys say to Eric to convince him to lie?
He didn't want to do it. He just didn't want Deonte to be in no trouble with my baby daddy. Because my baby daddy told me he didn't want him dude around my child.
Okay. So, did you guys have to make up that story after the dad, Michael, found the mark on Aniya?
Yeah. Michael, no, I never put my hands on my child. That's why I was weird towards him.
Is that when you started kind of limiting his visits in case Deonte whipped her again so he wouldn't see it?
Michael was always busy. He was always too busy.
Okay.
And when he did come, when he did get Aniya, he barely kept her for real.
So it sounds like you've struggled as a single mom without a lot of help from Michael. Is that right?
He had 2 kids. And when I was with Michael Deon-Garrett, I would have Aniya and I would have his son Zay. Michael is a music artist. He will be out doing his music.
So you're not only taking care of your child with Michael, you're taking care of his child that he has with another woman?
Mm-hmm. And when Aniya was in my stomach, I watched Isaiah for him. Michael was very focused on his music. He never had time for Aniya, neither his son. I was always stuck with Aniya.
That's difficult.
And before
What?
I had Aniya, her dad was putting his hands on me while I was pregnant with her.
Where did you guys live then?
Going through a lot with my parents, so we was at his friend's house.
Did you make a police report
Police report for what?
for when he put his hands on you when you were pregnant with Aniya?
First time I did. No, I didn't.
You did not?
No.
Okay, so there's no report of that. Okay. You started to say something about Deonte putting her arms up? What is that about?
I didn't discipline her at all. I just talked to Aniya. Deonte came to the conclusion to put her arms up like this. And I can see fear in her eyes that she hated it. And she looked at me like, Mommy, you never done this with me. That was a way that he told me to discipline her. And I felt like...
How long was she made to hold her arms up like that?
Until he told her to put them down.
All right, so can you stand up and show me what she was made to do? I'm not understanding fully. And where were her arms touching anything?
No.
She had to hold them up in the air?
Mhm.
Was she against the wall?
No.
Standing in the middle of the room?
Mm-hmm.
And how did you know that her arms were getting tired?
She would do this.
Okay. Would her arms start to shake? You know how like when your muscles get tired?
She'd just keep putting them down.
Okay, and what would happen to her when she put her arms down?
I give her leeway. I just tell him to put her in the bed.
What would he do when she put her arms down?
Maybe let her keep it up for a little bit more. She'll learn. I never started this. I never started. He also did a push-up position.
How long did they make her hold the push-up position?
Well, I didn't let him do it for long because I could tell her arms was getting tired.
How could you tell her arms were getting tired?
She was shaking.
And how recently was she made to go down in the push-up position?
Whenever he felt like she should.
It's March 12th. Did it happen this month, March
No.
of 2018? Did it happen in February of 2018?
No, I stopped it.
When did the arms up, putting her arms up as punishment, when was the last time she was made to do that?
Standing hard to press.
Staying at Harborcrest? Okay, so you stayed there for 2 years, was it?
I was there for 2 years, and it was like,
But he's only been there since July, you tell us, so. When's the last time she was made to put her arms up as punishment?
I don't remember.
Don't
I just
remember?
know I stopped it because I know she didn't like it, and I felt like it wasn't going nowhere.
Okay. And when was the last time she was made to do a push-up? Or stay in the push-up position?
She
Was it more recently than you've told me? It's
It
March
wasn't
right
at this
now. Was it
apartment.
this month?
it was in March, and it was in February.
Okay. What discipline has she been made to do since you guys have moved to Cultural
I
Gardens?
stopped it.
All discipline?
I wasn't disciplined, Aniya.
Stopped all discipline?
Yes. I didn't like it.
Okay, so besides putting the arms up,
Push-up position.
push-up position, striking her with the belt, what other forms of punishment were being used on Aniya?
That was it, because I wasn't doing nothing.
Okay. I need you
I
to
wasn't-
explain to me, look, open your eyes.
I wasn't disciplining her, Aniya.
Okay, it's not you,
I
okay?
wasn't disciplining my child.
Okay, can you look at me?
I noticed it
Are
change.
you all right?
I noticed it change in my child when
Yeah.
you did come around.
Okay. Sierra, can you look at me? I don't know why you're avoiding looking at me, but I want you to understand that right now we're working together on this, okay? You're helping me understand what happened to Aniya, okay?
After,
Go ahead.
after Deonte whooped Aniya, he was whooping her really bad on her backside.
Okay.
First time he did it, she was really crying real bad, so that made me walk in the room, and I told him to stop.
Mhm.
And I believe after that, I let her dad see her or whatever. That's when her dad mentioned that. And I she's just trying to figure out what to say. My brother was like, you might as well just say I did it because he's going to come after Deonte. He just said, Eric was like, well, just tell Michael that I whooped her, so I did that. After that, I don't know what month it was, he whooped her again really bad. And it caused, I felt like she started prolonging not to walk after he whooped her.
What is
And I
what do you mean
noticed
by that?
she didn't want to walk.
Why?
as if
Where was
when-
her injury?
It was at Harborcrest. And I
I
noticed
mean, on her body. Where was she whooped?
he whooped her again right here. They got the bottom part. And I noticed,
Okay, so this isn't an anatomically correct doll, but if this was the waist and these were buttocks, is she getting whooped on her back or on her
here
butt?
and on the legs part.
Oh, so on her back, butt, and legs?
The leg part and toward the
Okay.
front.
And on her front as well?
hmm
On her torso, arms, or legs?
This part, 'cause she was moving around.
Her legs? And what is she being struck with?
A belt.
A belt? Okay. So you were
And the
starting to
leg.
tell me about that. Tell me more about that.
After the whipping, Aniya stopped walking.
When was that? When did she stop walking?
I don't know, it happened in Harborcrest, and I noticed a more change in her when Deonte would come around. She would, as if she was scared of him, because I had this conversation with him. It's like if she was afraid of him. And I was just trying to hide it. I was just trying to hide it because I like Deonte a lot. So I let it prolong. And I know I was wrong as a mother to let him with my child because I never did. And I just stopped walking. And I felt like she was walking. She could walk. She did it around me. When Deonte came around, it's like she was fake. Like she was dead. She was fake. Like as if she was scared of him.
Okay.
And he noticed, he said, when she's around you, she act different. She doesn't speak to him. She told me several times she didn't like noodles.
Okay. This mark on her leg here, Like we see these burns, which we'll get to later, but do you know what caused this mark here? Because you're talking about being whooped on her legs, and I'm just wondering if this mark here was caused by one of those whoopings. Do you know? Have you seen marks like this on her after a whooping?
No, I never whooped Aniya.
But you're saying you saw Deonte whooping her,
Yes,
and that it hit her in the legs and back and torso everywhere. Did you ever see marks? Did the belt cause injury?
I really just thought that came from the body wash.
Okay. But I mean, there
But I
obviously
know-
was visible injury at some point because you got a mark
He left-
that you know about. Go ahead.
I'm trying to take up because he might do. I might just spill the beans.
Yeah, don't take up
When
for your day.
he noticed Aniya started acting very weird. I let him whoop. She wasn't a bad child. She didn't. She didn't listen when Aniya didn't get her way. She did throw tantrums or whatever.
Yeah.
Deonte figured to get her act right to whoop her. So when he whooped her, I walked out the room, and the way she was screaming, it made me walk back in the room, and he stopped. And Aniya acted like she couldn't walk. So when he whooped her again, she walked or whatever. And then days after that, Aniya just started. I guess Aniya wasn't used to the whoopings or the discipline or whatever. Aniya just told me, I don't like noodles, mommy. I don't like noodles. I looked past it because she was a kid. I felt like Aniya prolonged. It happened to her breast. I feel like she prolonged not to walk and to act different or towards us because of the discipline, the whooping. After that one belt thing, when he whooped her, there was marks left. We argued because I never left a bruise on my child. And I just felt like it was fear in Aniya. I felt like she was scared of Deonte is what I told him. I felt like my child was scared of him. So her being scared, when he came around, she prolonged not to speak to him. She just act different. Like the one day I had Aniya doing her homework. She's very smart. She was doing it when Deonte walked in. She just acted like she was retarded, like she didn't want to do it. As if she's just afraid to do stuff around Deonte. Prolonging to the reason why she's acting like that. Week or two, did her like this and shook her and said maybe she'll start walking. I said,
This happened just recently?
yes, about 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
I stood back. I tapped him. I'm like, baby, no. She can cause a seizure. He said, baby, maybe she'll get back to walking. Maybe she'll get back to acting right. I said, no, baby, it's going to scare her more. And I could have stopped it as a mother, but I was just so busy listening to Deonte.
Okay.
My brothers noticed the change in Aniya too. She started acting weird when Deonte came around. I didn't notice that. She was acting herself. And like I told him, I thought she was afraid of him.
So you just showed me how he picked her up by her feet, turned her upside down, and shook her.
He told me it will make it better.
It'll make what better?
I heard her walk right. I heard her start back to talking. Heard her
She
back.
wasn't walking or talking anymore?
After he whooped her, she prolonged not to walk. And I let it happen.
So, a couple weeks ago you saw him, you're right?
Say it again.
A couple weeks ago you saw him turn her upside down, okay,
It's in my new apartment.
in your new apartment. And you said that at that time she
She
already,
was just whining.
she wasn't
She wasn't
walking and
walking.
talking.
She stopped walking when he started whooping her.
Okay.
I wasn't putting her arms up I wasn't put in a push-up position. I never whooped Aniya. And I felt like Aniya was looking at me like my mama never did this stuff. Maybe if I prolong to do this, he won't do nothing. And it didn't work. She still didn't walk. And I felt like she was afraid.
Did he make you discipline her to show him that you would discipline her, or how did that go?
What you mean?
Like, were you refusing to discipline your own daughter?
Only thing I did was put her in timeout, told her no.
Okay.
I never believed in, I believe in discipline, but I never believed in discipline a child, if that makes sense.
Oh.
Never had to do that with Aniya. She wasn't that child at all. She would be a normal child. A lot of kids don't listen. I know my daughter started acting weird when he came around.
Okay.
When the whooping and stuff start happening, when a child see a difference, they act weird.
Okay.
And he said the same thing. I could have stopped it.
You could have.
Like I told him,
Yeah.
she would still be walking to this day.
Who'd
She
you
would
tell?
still be alive to this day.
Who'd you tell that to?
Him,
Who's him?
Deonte.
You told him if you would
I
have
felt
put a
like
stop
if
to
you
it,
would-
she'd still
I
be
feel
alive.
like if I never put her in push-up position, I really felt like the belt whooping really did it.
Yeah.
It was a real whoop.
Yeah.
And she prolonged it. She wasn't used to getting disciplined by me. I never disciplined her.
Did you discipline her because Deonte told you to, or?
I just did it because he did it.
Yeah.
I didn't know what the hell. I didn't know. I just did it because he did it. I watched him walk. And I
Yeah.
said, don't do her like that. And I played her, placed her back on the bed.
Mm-hmm.
Baby, she ain't gonna never start walking. I said, baby, she stopped walking when you started whooping her. Her father got pissed off when he saw the mark. I'm like, no, I know people see a difference because I never left a mark. I know people know something was going on. I always had my child around my people. It was a change when I started dating him. His discipline wasn't like my discipline. And it was my fault because I let him do it because that was my child. But I'm young, I'm dating. Making up lies because he's my dude.
I'm glad you're starting to understand what a bad decision that was, coming in here knowing you're telling me a lie. I need to understand. You said a couple weeks ago he started with the turning her upside down and shaking her, right?
And I knew it would lead to a seizure or whatever.
A brain injury.
I never disciplined Aniya. She was getting just everything that she wanted. And he felt like that could have been the reason why she don't speak to him, or she just do certain stuff that a kid would do that, not listen sometimes, throw a tantrum, not want to speak.
Mm-hmm.
But he was the first person that she never spoke to though.
Yeah.
I knew my right hand to God. I knew it was a change when I dated him.
Yeah.
But I lied because I was dating Deonte. I like Deonte.
Sure.
So I took it. And I know it's a lot of mothers that take stuff, when people do stuff to their kids, they just lie and bypass it.
Sure.
Oh, he ain't do it. I'll let him do it. He looked at me crazy. Baby, she started walking. She stopped walking when he whooped her.
Yeah.
She looked at me. Mommy, you don't do this. And I don't. Her father, everybody knew it was something.
Yeah.
I hid it.
Were members of your family asking you, telling you to stop, or what were they saying to you?
I hang out with my twin brother Azza a lot.
Yeah. What did he say?
But he don't like noodles.
What did
He
he say
was cool
about
with him.
Naya's?
Bruce, he told Noodles, don't touch my kidneys. My brother Eric was ready to fight him.
Excuse me.
I knew it. Like I told him, I could My right hand of God, I could have stopped it, but I didn't. I was afraid. I'm not afraid of Deonte, but don't tell him I'm afraid, but
Yeah.
I got abused by my baby daddy, so I'm afraid of man.
And you love him. You're afraid to leave if you, right?
I was like scared of Deonte, and I let him do it. And my brother knew something was up.
Well, at least two of your brothers, right? Eric and your twin, Isaiah.
My daughter's dead because of him. She could have prolonged it because, he whooped me. Kids can kill themselves because of what's going on. You know what I mean? And Aniya was so smart. I felt in my heart she prolonged to do this because of the discipline she was getting from him. Miss, I knew this was wrong. I knew the shaking was wrong.
Okay.
You did it about twice. I knew that was wrong. I knew it was wrong. I knew when we gave her a bath, when we placed her in the tub, Dad, is she okay? Is she okay? And I would stand over her and I'd be like, Deonte, chill, just be chill. No, she faking. And I thought she was faking too, which I believe she was because she was scared.
This morning, Sunday, before you called us.
I felt like Aniya prolonged. Kids can kill themselves because of what they're going through at home is what I'm trying to say to you.
You think that she was so terrified that she put herself into a state that caused her death?
Yes.
You think she was that scared?
Yes, I know. Shaking could have caused it. She's little.
I need to understand.
Aniya stopped walking at Harper Crust after her whooping.
Yeah.
He whooped her very fucking hard, and I was scared for my own child's life.
Sure.
When I heard her cry, I came into the room and I said, baby, you need to chill. When I saw the mark on her, I knew her dad was going to say something.
Yeah.
I still gave her to Mike. 4 days later, he called me, cussing me out. I'm in the truck with noodles. I'm like, I knew he was going to do this. Baby, it's not a big mark. I felt like it wasn't a big mark either, but still, I didn't like the way he was whooping her, and I let him. He came to the conclusion, baby, put her arms up, put the position. I know she didn't like it. I knew she didn't like it, and I still let it go on. I'm afraid of men. I'm gonna be honest. I'm very afraid of men. I used to get abused when I was a kid, so I was always scared. But I don't like to show no fear of scaredness in front of people. Mm-hmm. My baby, I felt like she prolonged her death because of him, because of a whooping. And I swear to fucking God, God can come down here right now. Because anybody know I did my job as a mother. He choked her once in Harper Crust.
You choked her?
He choked her once in Harper Crust.
Can you show me with the towel how he did that?
And I let him. My dumb ass. He just did like this and he told her to act right. And I can see it in Aniya's face. For a child not to really get whooped isn't something. It's very something new to them. Miss, I could have prevented from her death. I could have prevented my daughter's death. I could prevent it. I know you're prolonged to do this. I know she prolonged to do this because she was scared. I didn't think she was going to die. I knew as a mother she prolonged to do this because she was scared of Deonte. Told Deonte, I said, my daughter's afraid. I feel like Aniya did something. I don't know what she did, but I feel like she led it to this point. She didn't want herself to eat. She stopped walking because she was afraid. I knew it. She was normal with me. She was normal. You could see my face. I just pictured that night. It was normal. I got into a relationship with my daughter started acting weird.
When did she stop eating?
She was eating, but she was eating very, very slow.
When did her eating habits change from a normal, healthy eating habit to this?
I realized it. When we was in Harper Crust.
Okay. Did you take her to the doctor then when you noticed the weight loss back on Harper Crust?
No. because there was no concerns. She was eating, but it's as if Aniya, as if she's thinking in her head. Mommy let this man put his hands on me. My mama don't whip me. My mama don't do this. I'm gonna prolong to do something because I'm sick of it.
Like
I quit
she
work.
planned?
I don't work again. I quit my job to stay home with my child.
When did you quit at Ready Set Go?
I quit about 3 weeks ago because Aniya wasn't walking, and I knew if I kept walking in the daycare, they would have looked at me like, well, why are you carrying a 4-year-old? I carried her and get Ready Set Girl for 3 or 4 days. I said, Deonte, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep doing this.
Yeah.
I told Deonte, he said the baby would get better. Her walk prolonged. After that whooping, it prolonged. She prolonged not to walk.
She continued not walking, is
Not
what
to
you're saying?
walk.
Okay.
So I said, when I get my taxes, I'm going to pay my rent up so I can stay home with her. Because I didn't want her to be in nobody else's care but my care.
Okay.
I let this fucking happen. My daughter is dead right now. I let this happen. I couldn't prevent it, but I did. She was afraid. She always told me she didn't like noodles. She told my brother, I don't like noodles. Yeah, people gonna cuss me out. You should have listened to her, but I liked the Deonte and I just listened to him. She, best believe, she just started acting weird after a whooping. He did it twice. He shook her. He choked her on harbor press. And he told her to act right.
So he's lifting her up by her neck off the ground?
Yes, he made her hold a chair.
He made her hold a chair. Can you show me how he made her hold the chair?
He made her hold a chair like this.
What kind of a chair are we talking
A
about?
chair in my house. A regular chair.
Is it a child-sized chair or a regular chair? Is it in those pictures?
It's an infant chair. It should be.
Okay.
And he told me to let her hold books. And I told him no. I felt like towards Deonte I was being soft on her.
You thought you were being soft on her?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because you let him convince you that this is the kind of beating she needed? This is the only child's chair I see in the pictures.
It was this one. He
Is
made her
that
hold-
one?
Or
Do you know which chair it is? Oh, there's another fold-out chair. Is it
no,
this chair or
it's her
this chair?
It was her chair.
This one that's
chair.
under the princess
He
table?
made her hold it like because we was in the living room.
Okay. We have... Okay. Did the chair ever hit her or fall on her?
No,
No.
no. He made her hold it.
Alright. Can you circle the chair in the photo, just right in the margin or somewhere up here, that this is the chair that she was made to hold as punishment, or whatever in your own words? Can you write that for me?
I could have stopped it. I could have stopped it.
Listen.
I could have stopped it, but I didn't. I literally don't think she was acting like this.
So you wrote here, my dude made child hold chair, and you're talking about Deonte having made Aniya hold this chair. How long did he make her hold up for discipline? How long did he make her hold it up?
I made him stop after a while because
Did she drop the chair from exhaustion? Did it fall on her?
it wasn't a heavy chair, but still made her stop. I wasn't used to the discipline.
So we have her. I was just wondering if maybe the chair falling on her is what caused this injury.
No, this happened at Harbor Crest.
The eye injury happened at Harbor Crest?
No, her holding up the chair.
Oh,
And when he
okay.
did place her in the tub, it wasn't gentle.
Right.
Every time he would do something, I'd just go in there and run. He'd be like, baby, she's okay, she's good, she's faking. And I'd be like, if she is faking, you can't do no harm or damage towards her. I hear a boom or two, and he'd just,
Was the tub empty when he was throwing her in it?
yeah, then he'd put the water. He'd just,
Okay.
baby, I'm not doing nothing, baby, I'm not doing nothing.
What were you showing me? What he? Show me that again. This is him
He
picking up
just-
Aniya.
He'd just place her in the tub, and I hear like a little bam or a boom, and I just walk in there, and I just look over him in fear, like this is nothing that I never done.
He's putting her in an empty tub, and you're saying not gently. Okay. Do you remember? I know you remember it. I know you haven't wanted to talk about it, but I think it's time. How her left eye got injured? Can you tell me about that?
I just thought it came off when he placed her in the tub and just put her down in the tub.
And
it
that
was
happened when?
I mean, every time he would grab her out the bed.
Oh, that was routinely
Place her-
how he carried her around the house? That's okay, don't worry about that.
Place her down and say, baby, I'm not harming her. And
Yeah.
I'll be like, I know you're not trying to. This will get her act right, basically.
Okay.
And after it prolonged for so long, I felt like Aniya was going to prolong it for so long, because if she felt like she walked, it's going to happen again.
So she was playing dead, you think, to avoid being hurt by?
Just playing like she was hurt,
Yeah.
because she wasn't used to the whoopings and the discipline. So she would prolong her to be hurt.
When did she stop talking?
It's not that she stopped talking, she would talk, but she wouldn't say a full-blown conversation. She wouldn't talk unless you said something to her. As if she was just thinking. As if she was just sitting there thinking. To plan to not be here. And I knew
You
it.
think she wished herself dead because she was in so much pain and fear?
Yeah.
You do?
I knew it was good. The way she was acting,
Yeah.
I want to just be like, Deonte, just stop. It's not working. Just be normal. But I didn't say nothing. And I don't know why I didn't say nothing. I guess I just say nothing because I know Deonte was my dude. But I know people will look at me weird, like you're the mother.
Yeah.
I'm young. She's my first child.
Okay.
I could have stopped it.
You could have stopped it.
I could have stopped the whooping. I feel
I
like
could have
she.
brought her here. We could have got you some help.
I told him.
You could have been honest when Children and Family Services called you, right? What did
I
you
told
make
him.
up when they contacted you in May? What kind of stories were you making up? You alright?
She didn't have no bruises on her.
She didn't have any bruises?
No.
Well,
That's
she,
the reason why the lady left. Could've stopped
okay. She had something on the right side of her head and ear, swollen with dried blood on it, back in May. So there definitely was a mark.
That was from when we went to the park.
Okay, well
She was running.
that's not what you said. That back in May.
Children Family Service came out twice.
Yeah. Besides May, what other time did they come out?
They came out recently because I felt like my baby daddy was mad that I placed the 5-year restraining order, so he called 696 kids.
Mm-hmm.
And when she came out, everything was good. She checked my refrigerator.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why I feel like they really came out is because the mark that Deonte had left. Because that's what Michael had mentioned.
Okay, so you're talking about a time that's more recent than May. I was originally talking about back in May of 2017.
Back in May, 696 was called because Aniya had a scratch in her head that I wasn't even aware of.
Okay.
And she had something right here in her head that came from when we was at the park and she fell. She had on sandals.
Okay. So you were showing me, right now we know that Aniya has a terrible bruise, swollen shut eye with a laceration right here on the
I know
brow.
these noodles with.
So show me how that
her out the bed.
injury happened. Picked her up out of the bed by her foot.
Either he would grab her like this,
Okay.
or either he would do this.
What did she strike her head on when she got this
When
injury
he
here?
did it, when
Yeah.
he got her out the tub, when he placed her in the tub,
Yeah.
I noticed I wasn't in a bathroom at the time, but I'd be
Okay.
on the couch and I just hear boom.
Yeah.
Or I see him carrying her out the room like this, and he'd just place her real hard. He'd just place her real hard. I'm like, babe, you gotta be gentle. You gotta be gentle. I did notice something right here, but I didn't feel like it was gonna get big.
Okay.
But that was basically the routine that he would do. He would just grab her out the bed, or he would do this, or if she's not really responding, he'd just do this, and I'd just be standing there, and I'd be like, babe, stop, because it can cause a seizure. Baby, maybe she'll start to walk, and maybe she'll start doing that. I said, I know Aniya's not gonna start to work walking because she doesn't like what's being done.
Yeah. So you're saying that this injury that she has on her head right now is caused by him taking her up by the foot or arm and dropping her into the empty bathtub?
Just placing her in the bathtub.
Okay. And you said he doesn't do that gently. Would you be willing to show me with the doll how forcefully you think Aniya's head hit the tub when this injury happened? Don't hesitate to show me what it really was like, how much force was being
When
used.
you do place her in the tub, it's just you just place her in the tub like that. And every time I would come in to say something, I'm like, babe, just stop. Or when I place Aniya in the tub, I place Aniya like this, gentle.
Okay.
I felt like in noodle eyesight, I was being as if I be sweet to her, she's not gonna listen. And it just happened so weird. After that whooping, it just seemed like everything changed. I feel like the 696 came out because of that.
Well, we're going to go over some history with Children and Family Services, okay? Because, yes, they've been out a couple times since Deonte's been in the picture, right? And have you ever been honest with them when they've been investigating about how the injuries have occurred?
When she came out to the door, she just said, Aniya's been hit like a man or whatever. And I said, no, she's not. Into my head, I knew my baby daddy caught because we already had this talk about this right here. Because he had sent the picture to my phone.
Sure.
And immediately when we was in the car, my brother Eric was like, I just take the blame. And my dude, that's when he started apologizing to me. And I'm like, baby, you gotta be gentle with her. You gotta be gentle with her. I'm like, I don't whoop Aniya, and people know I don't whoop her with a belt, so it's gonna look suspicious. When my brother found out that Noodles did do it, he was ready to fight him, and I stopped him.
Which brother was ready to fight?
Eric.
Okay.
I just said a few words to him.
Alright, so we have, before we go on, the marks on her legs, Sierra, I have a lot of experience. You know, I know they're not Johnson & Johnson. Are you ready to tell me what they are? You're doing good. You can tell me.
I just used Johnson. I don't know where it could have came from. I don't know if it could have came from her or not.
She got burned with something. Are you going to be honest with me about?
She didn't get burned. I feel like it came from her not eating as much, or a night, I don't know, she could have been stressing.
What did it look like before it was that open, raw, red wound?
I thought she had like an allergic reaction. I assume, I'm like, maybe it's something I washed her up with. I assume that.
Okay, so you're not
But
ready
he
to tell me
whooped-
about that.
I really don't know where the marks came from.
Okay.
Shower, cold water.
She showers in cold water?
He would tell me to turn the cold water on.
So you'd put
Maybe
the cold
that,
water on and put her in the shower like that?
And I felt like it could have been that. But then he said it couldn't. He was just running on her legs.
Yeah, I don't. He would run the cold water on her legs?
Yeah. For like 5 or 10 minutes and just be like, maybe she'd stop acting right.
Oh.
And she,
Well, you know, I guess a cold water can cause something like a frostbite. Do you think is that when the marks started showing up after exposing her to the really
put
cold
cold
water?
water on her.
How long of a period of time did you say the water was running cold on her?
Like 10 minutes.
And when
He
was
said that would probably wake her up.
10 minutes? Okay. And
That
when
would
was
probably make her walk.
Okay, so if he's trying to wake her up and make her walk, this is recent, right? This is at Cultural Gardens? Yeah.
You just start putting.
Did the
cold.
skin blister first before
No.
it peeled off?
I noticed when I got her out the tub,
Yeah.
her skin was peeling. And I said, you think it's because of the water, cold water that had been on her leg? He was like, no, it couldn't come from that. I said, that's the only thing that I can think of.
Mhm.
Because it was running on for like 10 minutes. And it's cold water.
Would he put her in the tub empty and tell you to turn on the cold water?
He just turned it on.
Was she with her clothes on, or was she naked?
She didn't have no clothes on.
So she'd be standing naked in the tub?
He just told me that probably would work.
That would work to do
it
what?
didn't make her start back to walking.
Oh, okay.
And I knew it wasn't. I just knew in my heart a night was going to prolong not to walk. And then after a minute, she started taking the cold water.
What do you mean taking it?
As he would just let it run on her,
She got numb to it, you think?
she
Stopped
was
reacting to it?
she basically started reacting to it and just started getting used to it. Like she didn't let her bother her.
Okay. Did that make him mad because she wasn't?
And when I would place to put the cold water back on warm, whatever, or in between, is as if I was being soft, basically.
And did
So
you?
I stopped it.
Okay, so you stopped. You didn't want him to think you were soft.
I didn't want my daughter to think that I was doing nothing to abuse her because I never did that. He was just trying to get her ways back to walk, and I told him, you led it to this point. I told him. Told him a couple days, I'm like, you led it to this point. I said, Aniya has never acted like this until you start coming around. Until I just let you whoop her. She start acting
So
fucking weird.
Yeah. So looking back on the last couple days, I know when you came in here you said you were lying for your man and whatever, so you're being more honest with me now. But I'm wondering, when is the first time that you realized that Aniya was dead? Be honest.
I didn't know. I just thought she stopped breathing.
Okay. When was the first time? Was it Saturday night?
No, it was Sunday. It was Sunday.
What
It
time
was Sunday.
Sunday?
It was in the bed.
What time? Morning?
I called you guys around like 4ish,
I think, yes, closer to 4.
and I realized it around like 2.
So you realized a couple hours before you called us that
And
she
I would
was...
just look at her stomach, and I'm like, baby, is she breathing? Is she breathing? And I see her eye open. He told me that her eye moved, and I didn't see it move. He was like, baby, I saw her eye move.
Yeah.
She's alive. She's prolonged to fake. I was very concerned. I'm like, Aniya's not breathing. Because I kept going back and forth into the room to
And why
check on
didn't
her.
anybody call 911 when you first realized she wasn't breathing?
Because we just thought she was breathing. And I noticed she wasn't. She's bony.
You noticed what?
She's bony.
Bony.
And I noticed when I was looking at her stomach, I'm like, is she breathing? I thought she was, but then I knew I was wrong. And when I was touching her, she wasn't a normal She wasn't a normal, she was cold basically.
She was cold.
She wasn't warm.
Yeah. When did you notice that she was stiff?
When we woke her up. Tried to wake her up.
Yeah.
I knew something was wrong with my heart.
Yeah.
I couldn't sleep. I was tossing and turning.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't sleep. I left my job. I was stressing when I left my job.
Yeah.
I said, Deonte, this is not your child. You can leave whenever you want to, and this can be on me, and you was the cause of it, is what I told him.
Yeah.
And he said, baby, I'm not going to leave you because I know I was the cause of it. He was like, I should have thought. I should never whooped her. I should never did this, because that's when she started prolonging it.
Okay.
I was basically just listening to him. Because I thought, it ain't no thought. I knew he wasn't going to be right. I just let him do it.
You just let him do it.
And she looked at me as if she knew she just looked at me as if, Mommy, you don't do this to me. And I let him. He knew, and I knew. She started acting weird after the way he whooped her was hard. She never spoke to him. She would just talk to me, and he'd be like, she don't want to speak. I'm like, no, she don't like what you're doing. And I still let her prolong. I could have stopped the shaking. I could have stopped the way he picked her up. I knew Aniya was looking at me totally different. She's 4, but she's very smart.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make a timeline with you because I know what you've told me so far. I know you came in here trying to tell a story, and you've admitted, you've been honest and said that that wasn't accurate, okay? So I'm gonna go back. Did you guys really go to Red Lobster on Thursday?
No.
Nobody went to Red Lobster?
He was trying to think of something.
Okay.
And I knew I should have brought her to the hospital when she was losing weight. I knew that.
Yeah.
I do CPR.
Yeah.
I knew I should have took her to the hospital.
Yeah. You should have.
Before, when she stopped walking, I
Yeah.
didn't.
Mhm.
Because when he whooped her, it was red marks
On her legs?
on her legs.
Okay. Alright. So let's just go back a few days and let me get out my calendar here. Okay. We're at the 12th now and it's Sunday. I'm sorry, it's Monday, the 12th, okay? Okay, so we're just gonna go backwards. Okay, Sunday, the 11th. Saturday, the 10th. Friday, the 9th. Thursday, the 8th. We'll go back a whole week, okay? Wednesday, 7th. Could have stopped it. You're repeating that. Okay, we'll go all the way back to last Monday, which was March 5th. Okay, we're in March 2018. Okay. Today's Monday, and you're here, right? You're at EPD, okay? So let's go back to Sunday the 11th, okay? You call us, you said you think at about 4 p.m., right? So we'll put that kind of right here. In military time, it's 1,600 hours, okay? So what happened in the hours before 4 p.m. on Sunday?
We was just laying down on the couch or whatever. But even the day before that, he'd just be like, baby, you can't sleep. I said, how can a mother sleep knowing her child is not really her child? It's not, you know what I mean? It's not really acting herself. I couldn't sleep. I always woke up early in the morning, playing music, just thinking.
Is she basically lifeless in the bed while you're
No, we
tossing
had tried to, before she prolonged it not to really eat whatever,
Mhm.
she'd sit up, she would watch TV, and her arm would be like this.
Her arm would be like that?
It would just be like that.
What's it like that for?
I don't know if she was faking it.
Was she holding her arm as if it was hurt?
It was like this. And then when we put her in the bed, she'd go back to normal. So he'd just be like, she's faking. I'm like, well, I don't know. Maybe she was faking. I never dealt with this with Aniya.
Okay.
I just tried to do stuff. I tried to do stuff to make her go back to her normal self. Brought her shoes, try to give her candy, pop or whatever to see if, because kids like candy or whatever.
Yeah.
It didn't help.
Didn't help. Okay.
She still prolonged to do, not be active. She prolonged it not to be a kid. To not be doing normal stuff.
And is
not
that
talk.
Is that why the mattress smells like urine? Did she just lay in the bed and pee in it, not wanting to get up, not wanting to move?
She really didn't go to the bathroom. She stopped saying she would normally. Aniya would normally go to the bathroom. She stopped going to the bathroom when I started dating Deonte.
You mean she stopped using the toilet?
She stopped using the toilet.
Okay.
She would start peeing on herself.
Okay.
And I thought it was not normal.
Sure.
So I just wiped the bed up,
Mm-hmm.
clean it, give her a bath, wash her hair, bathe her basically. I will make sure she's fed.
Mm-hmm. So going back to Sunday yesterday, which is when you called us. So earlier you said you were sleepless, laying on the couch, knowing your child is not eating or walking. Okay. So that's sometime before 4. But at what time was it when you first knew that she was
When I
likely
got
dead?
up to
What
check
time
on her,
did you get up?
and he was still laying there.
And he was still what?
Laying there. And I said, I don't think she's breathing.
What time was that?
I got up. I believe I got up early. Checking. I noticed she was just laying in the bed.
Early.
And I'm like,
Is the sun up already?
it was wrong. Like, it was early. Because I couldn't sleep and I got up.
6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m. How early is early for you?
I'm like 9.
9 a.m. Okay.
And when I got up, he was like, baby, you can't sleep. And I'm like, how can you sleep knowing you had to leave your job because your daughter was acting weird and you didn't want nobody to notice how weird she was acting? Going normal to weird.
Mm-hmm.
So I went in there to check on her because I just didn't feel right. I didn't feel like something was right.
Right.
So when I went in the room, I just noticed the way you had it, the way she was in the picture, the way she was laying.
Yeah.
And I did this, and I'm like, baby, I'm not for sure if she's breathing or not. I did this, and I thought I felt some air.
Okay.
He was just like, well, I saw her because we walked into the kitchen. He was like, I saw her blink. I'm like, she didn't blink on me. She just had that one eye open.
Yeah.
I knew something was wrong.
Yeah.
That's why I couldn't eat my Chipotle. I couldn't do nothing because I know something was wrong with my child.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm going to have to call the police because she's not breathing. What can I do?
Yeah.
So when we noticed she wasn't breathing, she just smelled weird, like piss or whatever. Put her in the tub,
Mm-hmm.
washed her up.
Yeah.
I washed her up. Took her out the tub, put a pull-up on her, put her socks and pants and stuff on.
Yeah.
I'm like, baby, I'm gonna try to do CPR. I started doing this and I just, that's all I kept hearing. Took her, laid her on the couch.
Yeah.
He's like, I'll hold her. I'm like, no, I'll hold her. I carried her for 9.5 months. I tried to put mouth to mouth and it still wasn't working. And I knew something was wrong.
Yeah.
Because after you do something like that, normally somebody will come back. And I prolonged to try to do it. I said, baby, we got to call the ambulance. There's nothing that we can do. When I called, she led me through the same stuff that I did.
Yeah.
I knew it. I knew she wasn't. I was like, I knew it in my heart.
You knew she was dead. And you've known it since 9 in the morning.
I kept doing this. I thought I felt air come through.
Okay.
I'm like, maybe she just, I'm like, maybe she just sick, maybe she just want to lay there. But I'm like, baby, I know something is wrong. I knew it. because the way she looked and the way this was.
Alright, so on Sunday, the 11th, it's
I
about
basically left work.
9 a.m. and you find her unresponsive, right?
Yes.
How long after you found her unresponsive did you bathe her?
I didn't even bathe her for too long because I knew I had to call the paramedics.
Okay.
I just wanted to.
So did you put her back in the bed after finding her at 9 a.m. and that's
put her
when
on
you
the
had
kitchen floor.
you put her on the kitchen floor?
That's when I started getting her clothes and stuff. And I'm like, babe, we got to take her to the hospital. Something is wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I said the word. I'm like, she's dead. I knew she was. That's when I took her to the couch. He looked scared. His eyes looked red. And I was panicking. I couldn't breathe when I was in the house.
Mm-hmm.
I said, baby, you led it to this point, and I was afraid. I knew she was afraid because she told me several times she didn't like them.
Okay. Okay, so on Sunday the 11th, 9 a.m., you find her unresponsive. You then bathe her and clothe her. You spoke with Deonte about the injuries, right? How long did you guys take to decide who was going to call 911 and how you were going to do that?
I kept saying we needed to take her to the hospital when I knew she wasn't walking.
Mm-hmm.
But in his eyesight, she was fake. And I said maybe she is because of the whooping, the putting up the arm.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like she stopped walking because she didn't want to do none of that stuff no more.
Okay.
And
All right, so find her unresponsive in the morning, bathe and clothe her. You spoke with Deonte. You said we need to take her to the hospital. He said she's faking. Right?
I've been said take her to the hospital when she wasn't walking. I really thought something was wrong. And then I told him, I said, after you whooped her, don't you know that she stopped walking?
Yeah.
Then he came up with the push-up position, holding the hands.
So, what was her behavior like on Saturday, the 10th?
Saturday, it was weird.
Her behavior was weird. Did she ever get up out of
But
her
she
bed?
was sitting up.
She was sitting up? Where was
We
she
tried
sitting
to
up?
feed her with y'all. So it was the chicken nuggets and the french fries.
Okay. And where was she when she was sitting up on Saturday?
No, Friday night, I made breakfast sausage. It was
Friday
in the
night?
morning. In the morning, I made breakfast sausages,
What day?
and it was Friday. Tried to give her the sausage. Gave her the sausage. She was eating it very, very slow.
Okay. And was that in the morning or night on
It
Friday?
was in the morning. She was sitting up in her bed, eating it very, very slow. Try to give her a pop. It's like she was trying to drink the pop, but she didn't want the pop. She was eating on the sausage for a very, very long time. He was like, baby, she's still eating on the sausage. I said, just let her eat it and then give her the other one. She ate it, but it took her a very long time to eat it. As if her stomach was upset and she didn't want nothing.
Right.
He thought pop would do it to make her happy. It didn't.
Marijuana?
Pop.
Oh, pop. Okay. Do you guys use marijuana? Does Deonte use marijuana? Okay. You know, I'm not looking into whether or not you guys use marijuana. So, I mean, you could be honest. Neither one of you uses
I don't
marijuana?
smoke. I don't drink.
Okay. Does Deonte use marijuana in the house?
No, not in the house.
No?
Marijuana is different from blunts.
Oh, what's the difference between marijuana and
I don't
blunts?
know. I just know, ain't marijuana illegal? Like a blunt?
So he has blunts, he smokes blunts in the apartment?
Not in the house. No, I don't allow that. I can't deal with smoke.
Okay. So on Friday morning, she was sitting in her bed, eating her breakfast sausage very slowly. How long did that take?
And it wasn't a whole, it was a half.
And how long did it take her?
A minute, a long time.
Hours?
He came back to me, he was like, baby, she's still eating the breakfast sausage. And I just said, just let her eat it.
How many hours did it take her?
It was like 15 minutes, but it was a little piece. That's why I was concerned why she was eating so slow. The sausage one.
Okay.
Circle one.
Did she ever eat anything after that breakfast sausage on Friday morning? Was she ever able to eat anything again?
Friday, no. And I think Saturday is when we tried to give her the chicken nuggets and french fries.
Mm-hmm.
And I put it back in the refrigerator. I said, just leave it.
Mm-hmm. And what time did she go to bed on Saturday night?
He put her to bed.
What time?
It was dark outside. And before he put her to bed, he just said, baby, I gotta do this. He just grabbed her.
Mm-hmm.
He just grabbed her by her leg and just said, she faking, she faking, she faking, she faking. And I said, baby, stop. It can cause a seizure.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
He's like, baby, she faking, she faking. I'm getting tired of her faking. It's been too long. And I said, shaking is not going to do nothing. And he placed her in the bed.
When you say placed, can you show me with what kind of force he's placing her in the bed?
No, he actually just grabbed her by her arm and just laid her in the bed. And he walked out.
Okay.
He said she's going to keep prolonging it. And I said, Deonte, she's prolonging it because of what you did. She's acting weird because of what you did.
Okay. How did she act Saturday during the day before what you just told me about?
Not Aniya.
Did she sit up on her own at all on Saturday the 10th? She laid in the bed all day?
We had to sit her up.
Okay. So she wanted to lay in
We
the bed
tried
all
to
day?
fit, yeah.
Okay.
And it's like that's what all she, it's like as if that's what all she wanted to do. As if she didn't want to be bothered.
Okay. So we're looking at Friday mornings, last time she ate anything, and it took her a long time to eat a half of a sausage,
Tried
right?
to feed her the chicken and the french fries.
Okay.
She
Saturday.
wouldn't even open her mouth.
Okay, so Saturday she laid in bed all day, had to be sat up, couldn't open her own mouth, right?
No.
And then before bed, Deonte picked her up by her leg, shook her upside down, and then put her to bed at dark.
Baby, she's faking. Baby, she's faking.
Telling you she's faking.
I told her you can't be shaken.
Okay. I added that here that while he's shaking her upside down, he's saying, baby, she's faking.
He said, baby, I don't mean no harm. Maybe you can just help her out. I said, no. That's the reason why she's acting like she is.
Do you think that
Okay.
that last upside down shaking, do you think it caused her brain injury? Yeah. Did it make the head start bleeding again? That wound in the head? Did it open up?
I know that's the reason why.
Well,
She's probably dead.
Which
Because of the shaking, because the way he shaked her, it wasn't
Yeah.
a soft. It was not a soft shake. It was
Yeah.
not a soft shake at all. Because when he grabbed her by her leg, it was very hard. It was very hard. And I would stood there and I'm like, baby, stop, stop.
And your cell phone works, right? So at some point you could have gone in the other room or taken her around the lobby and called us on 911, but you didn't. So there was no Red Lobster on Thursday.
I wanted to tell
Okay.
my brother Eric
Yeah?
what was going on. But I didn't. I just hid everything because I knew Eric would have did some damage.
Yeah.
Only thing Eric knew of was that.
When's the last time your family saw Aniya?
Last time they saw her was in November because me and my sister got into it and I found out she was messing around with an ex of mine, so I stopped bringing Aniya around.
Is your sister the one who called Children and Family Services?
It was both.
Which ones? Which sisters?
Erica Johnson and it was Michael.
And Michael?
Yes.
Well, besides, and that's your natural sister? Blood sister? And how did you find out that she called Children and Family Services?
Through my brother Eric. He said he overheard our conversation.
Yeah. What did he say that she told them?
She didn't really tell him nothing besides she's getting hit like a man. And that's what made the lady come out. And I felt like the lady came out because of the bruise that was on her back from when Deonte whooped her.
Okay. What'd you tell the lady when she came out?
It just made it seem like everything was good. I
How-
didn't want to just be like, Deonte did this. When
How-
she came,
How difficult was it to convince her?
What you mean?
The social worker from Children and Family Services, how hard did you have to lie to get her to
I mean,
accept your lie?
I was just acting, and I was acting very normal.
Mm-hmm.
I was acting like a normal human being.
Yeah.
She was like, well, I wanted to check to see if it's food in the house,
Mhm.
clothes, and
Yeah.
everything.
Okay.
And she asked me who was there with you, and I just said, Deonte was staying with me. I just said, me and Aniya.
Okay, so you said that he wasn't there. You didn't even want him in the picture? Did they challenge you and ask you if that was true, if Deonte lived there or not? They never questioned you further about whether or not he lived there?
I think it's probably because I'm just going to leave me and Aniya. He was just staying there.
Okay. But you lied about him being there to Children and Family Services. Okay. When was that?
I didn't want to give his name up.
You don't want to give up Deonte? Do you remember when that was?
When she came out,
Yeah.
I think she came out around December something.
Okay, so I have a call received right before Christmas, December 21st. Is that right?
Yep.
Okay, so we received this call and it says that you lied about the daughter being out of town last week. Who did you lie to about that? Who did you tell that Aniya was out of town before Christmas? Who did you tell that to?
Just told it to her dad.
You told her dad? Okay. I'm not sure who this call came from. They don't give me that information, but somebody called on December 21st saying that you lied about your daughter being out of town last week and that you didn't want the worker to see her because probably the child had bruises. So did you prevent them from coming over and checking on your child by saying she wasn't there? That happened as well? Okay.
Because she had the marks on her leg from when he whooped her.
She had the marks on her legs from being whipped?
He whooped her with the belt twice. So I gave her another day to come out.
Okay, there's are there two calls? I think there might be two calls on the same day.
Michael did it.
Okay, yeah, we have one in the afternoon at 2:18 and one in the morning at 9. This is 4 days before Christmas. Okay, this person is concerned about Aniya. Feels Aniya's life is in danger. This person has pictures of the child with bruises and scratches. This person was told that a worker had come out the day before regarding the concerns. Did you tell someone that to get them to leave you alone, that someone had already been there? No. A family member told the caller, the child's been abused, has not been to daycare. Mom has been hiding the child in the home because the child has a black eye and a bruise on her cheek and on her back. Those are messages that are coming from other family members. So this is from your family, apparently, that she had this black eye.
She did. Me and my sister got into it
Yeah.
over, well, I wasn't dating a dude because I was talking to Deonte.
Your sister Erica Johnson?
Yes, she was mad because I wasn't coming around. Because
Yeah.
I found out she was messing around with a dude of mine.
Okay.
And then between that time, I placed a restraining order on my baby daddy because I felt harassed.
Okay.
And in between that time, I thought it was funny
Yeah.
when they sent 696 kids out.
You thought it was funny?
Yes.
Why
And it's
did you
like I
think it was
knew
funny?
my sister was trying to do something get back at me. Because she kept saying, let's be back sister, let's be back sister. Let's not let a nigga get in between us.
Okay.
And I was telling her that I would love you from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
Her
Okay.
concern was
Yeah.
because I stopped coming around.
Okay. But okay, so your sister believes that you're hiding Aniya in the house with a black eye, a bruise on her cheek and on her back. That you haven't taken her to daycare. This was back in December. So
She was at daycare.
I'm guessing that this is more why you're upset with your sister, is these allegations she's making against you and not over a dude that you guys are fighting over, right?
No. I just felt like that's why she had called him out. And I felt like I knew Michael was going to call because of the bruise on her back. And I told Deonte he's going to do something, even if it is a little bruise. And he told me, baby, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I should never did it and I won't do it again.
Okay. I have another call to Children and Family Services on December 13th of last year. And it doesn't tell me who it came from, okay? But it says, always has black eyes, bruises on her face, hasn't seen the child in a couple months, heard from someone close to the mother. The mother continues to hit the child like the child is an adult.
Bruises came from when my dad was watching Aniya.
Mother will lie and say that the child fell at daycare or is clumsy when she is really hitting the child. Mother pulled the child out of a daycare because they were starting to ask questions about all her bruises and moved her to another daycare.
Aniya had 2 bruises from daycare is what I told you. And I was very concerned about it because I didn't get a call.
Okay, these injuries are not from daycare. Okay, we know that
Couple
they're not
injuries.
caused while she's at daycare.
A couple of injuries came from my dad's house. Saying she ran into the table where she fell. Erica called me one day and said Aniya had like a little knot on her head. You needed to stop bringing her around because you know Dad is C9. He don't know how to watch kids.
Okay.
She was good in my care.
Back in September, she presented at the 1st District Police Department. The bruise on her cheek and scratches on her chest. How did those injuries happen in September?
It was a scratch because it was around her birthday. It was a scratch. It wasn't a scratch on her chest. Her dad called me saying it was a scratch on her chest. I'm like, well, I wasn't aware it could have came from daycare. And I'm looking like, you did say you have 2 kids. I'm like, did they come from you? And he was like, no. Because when she left on my care, there was nothing on Aniya. I remember that day like it was yesterday because I remember him calling my phone because he didn't want to give her to me. And he said if it did come from daycare, you need to watch the kids around my child.
Okay, so those are your explanations, but the daycare made good documentation, and during the time that she presented with injuries, she wasn't in the care of the daycare. She showed up at daycare with the injuries, but they were not
And I
caused
told her.
at daycare.
It came from my dad was watching.
All right. So we're all the way back to May of last year, right?
Yes.
And you know what I'm going to ask you about, right? This is when Aniya was still at Harbor Crest Daycare? What happened back on May 18th?
When she was in Harbor Crest.
Yeah.
She had a scratch.
Okay, well, she had more than a scratch because she got transported by the ambulance.
And she had something right here. And it was a scratch. And when she fell from when I took her to the park. And when they took me to the 696 service room,
Yeah.
they said, well, it does look like she fell.
Okay. So what did you tell the investigators back in May of 2017 when Aniya was transported from Harbor Crest Daycare to the hospital?
Before we walked in the daycare,
Yeah.
I told them where the scratch came from.
Mm-hmm.
I told them that we went to the park and I was running and she fell. She lost balance because she had sandals on.
Okay.
So if something goes on, you're supposed to let the daycare know. Took Aniya for a day from me. Told me I had to meet down to Children Family Services.
Yeah.
Went down to Children Family Services. They explained, they had me talk, and they felt like it wasn't open service. And they closed my case.
Okay. So, I've got quite a bit of experience in this, and it's known that when children, especially at this age, 4 years old, make statements about how their injuries occur, that those statements are truthful. Okay, that a 4-year-old does not have the capacity to fabricate a lie. Okay, do you know what Aniya said back in May when she had injuries?
She said, Mommy.
Yeah.
And then I used to say different names.
Who used to say different names?
Aniya.
No, she only told the medical staff that it was you that hurt her. She
Well,
didn't,
it's
she didn't say
questionable.
it was anyone else. And she complained in front of the officer investigating the case that she had pain in her head. She had pain and discomfort on the right side of her face. She had blood inside her ear. That's a pretty serious head injury if you have blood inside your ear,
It
right?
didn't come from her ear. It came from a scratch because it was dripping from her ear.
Okay. Are you unwilling to tell me the truth about how that injury happened on May 18th, 2017? Because I know it didn't happen at your dad's and it didn't happen at the park. So are you
I took
willing
her to the park.
Okay.
She had sandals on. She had a dress on.
Okay.
She fell when she was running.
Okay. 3 days before that.
The scratch,
3 days before
on her
that, how'd
head.
she get that injury?
the scratch on her head. I went out. I placed her with a friend of mine. A friend of mine said Aniya was running around the room.
All right. I'm not going to let you continue to tell stories that I know don't make any sense with the
I'm
investigation.
not telling no stories. I'm telling you everything. My daughter is dead. I'm telling you everything.
Right. Well, you're not, because back in May of 2017, this is before Deonte's in the picture, okay?
I didn't mention Deonte at all.
No, he wasn't there. You couldn't have. He wasn't in your life, okay? But I'm looking at this injury that she's transported to the hospital for. It's pretty serious, okay? But we also have documentation 3 days before that, of a scrape on top and under her nose. Okay, do you remember telling them what happened? What did you say happened?
Wasn't with me. Aniya was at a friend of mine's because I went out.
Okay.
She told me
Mm-hmm.
that they were outside for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
She told the kids to go to the room because it was getting dark.
Okay. Where are you going with this story? I don't know who you're talking about. You're saying she.
Eleanor,
Who's Eleanor?
a friend of mine.
Okay. What does Eleanor have to do with the injuries?
She was watching her.
She was watching her?
She said it could have came from that. I didn't notice nothing on my daughter at all.
Okay. Well, that's
And a
different than
lot-
what you told investigators back in May of 2017 when they responded to investigate this. Do you remember what you told us then?
I told them what I'm telling you now. Because I was
Well,
out.
I have the report here from May of 2017. Do you want me to tell you what it says, Sierra? Do you want me to tell you what you told us back then? Okay. This is the problem when you tell lies. This is how you get caught telling a lie because it's hard to remember. The truth you don't forget. The truth happened and you remember it exactly. When you try to make up a story, it's like you did coming in here. You and Deonte tried to make up a story. You both got it all screwed up and we knew you were lying. Okay?
Because I didn't want to give him away.
Okay. I mean, listen, I can respect that motivation, okay? And that
I
explains
told you the truth
Yeah.
when you told me my daughter was gone.
Yeah. That explains the injuries that caused her death. The involvement with Deonte since June or July. Okay. But these things I'm asking you about happened before Deonte was in your life.
I let Aniya stay at my dad's. I used to drop Aniya off a lot at my dad's.
Yeah.
And when I would come back, it was a bruiser too.
Okay.
'Cause my
Again,
dad-
I don't want you to get into stories that are not consistent with what you've told us in the past, okay? Remember what I told you about when children say that mom is the one that hurt them?
Aniya likes to say a lot of stuff. You can bribe my daughter with food and she will say anything. My brother Eric done it a couple of times with her.
Okay. She's not old enough to fabricate lies to frame people. Children that are 4 don't have, no matter how intelligent they are, they don't understand what the kind of manipulation that takes. So
Aniya was very smart.
when she said on May 15th that the scrape on top and under her nose was from mommy pushed her down, that's a true statement.
I wouldn't harm my damn child.
I know you didn't mean
I
to.
wouldn't harm my child.
I know you didn't mean to cause her that kind of injury.
I wouldn't harm my child.
Okay. So 2 months earlier, back in February of 2017, she had a dark colored bruise under her left eye. What do you think she said then about that injury?
Mommy did it?
Yeah.
And the bruise didn't come from my house. It came from my dad's house. Because I used to question my dad. I told my dad you had to be very careful. Call him.
Okay. Okay, months before that, in January of 2017, several bruises, face, arm, back, raised bruise, left upper forearm. What do you think Aniya said about those injuries?
My injuries.
The ones I just described, bruises on the face, arm, and back, raised bruise on her left upper forearm.
The one on her back.
What do you think she said about it?
I don't know. Because we know who did it.
Who did it?
Noodles. He whooped her.
Okay, here's the problem with you saying Noodles did it. Okay, I'm talking about going backwards from May of 2017. Okay, so Deonte's not around. This is January of 2017. She shows up at Harbor Crest Daycare. She's not gone to Harbor Crest Daycare since you were with Deonte. So the statement that she made back in January of 2017 that mommy hurt her, mommy scratched her, caused the marks on her. That's a true statement.
No, it wasn't.
It's true.
Aniya was at my dad's a lot. And when I would go to pick my child up, Aniya would have something on her. And I would tell my dad to be careful with her.
But Aniya is reporting that mom did it.
I don't know why Aniya said mommy did it.
Okay. Do you remember back December of 2016? So we're going way back. She's 3, right? Is that right? What's her birthday? September 2013?
9/2/13.
So she's just over 3 years old. Comes in
4.
daycare with her. No, this is back in December of 2016 I'm talking about. She had a bruise on her eye. She stated that mom hit her. Do you remember what you told? Do you remember what you told the daycare had happened?
I notified the daycare.
You what?
I notified the daycare when she had that.
And what did you
was
tell
at
them
my
happened?
dad's house when these bruises happened. Never once touched my child. Never once
Okay.
disciplined a night. She wasn't bad for me.
Okay.
She'd do little stuff.
All right. Here's the problem with what you're saying. You're telling me that you notified the daycare that it happened when she was at your dad's, but that's not what you told the daycare back then. Okay? Do
I
you remember?
notified the daycare.
Listen, you didn't tell them that it happened at your dad's. That's
It
a
was
problem.
different
Do you remember where you said it happened?
at dad's.
That's not what you told them. They
It
have
was different
statements.
teachers in and out her daycare.
Okay.
I know what I told the daycare.
Okay, well, we have documented right here what you told the daycare in December of 2016. I'm thinking that because you lied then, it's hard to remember, so you don't remember. Do you remember what you told them?
I'm not lying.
Well, you told me that
Because I know
you
when
notified the daycare it happened at your dad's, but that is not what you told the daycare back in December of 2016.
I feel like I'm being confused right now.
Okay.
My daughter's dead. My daughter's fucking gone.
All right. Did you want to talk about any of these injuries that happened May 2017 or earlier, before Deonte was in the picture?
Lady came out based on a scratch
Yeah.
in her head and this right here.
Yeah.
And I explained it to him.
Sure.
I didn't even notice Aniya had that in her head. She had braids in her head. She had beads in her head.
Okay.
I notified the daycare. I said, took Aniya to the park. And I said Aniya was running because she was going towards the swings and stuff. And she fell. She had a little scrape, a mark on her.
Okay.
And she started bleeding. I'm confused right now. My daughter's gone. My head is somewhere else.
Where's your head?
It's not where it's supposed to be.
Okay. Okay. So the daycare provider that called us in May of 2017, she had only taken control of the facility, taken ownership over it the month before. And she happened to, once she called us to make the report about the injuries from May, she noticed a whole bunch of reports from previous owners. Okay. Do you know how many reports of injuries to Aniya there were?
Like 9 or 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
But it should have me file.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we've got 14 documented injuries while she's at that daycare center. Okay. So far, you gave me conflicting information on at least 1, 2, 3, on at least 4 of them. We haven't even gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We haven't even gone through
Because I know
5.
in my heart, I know where these bruises happen at my dad's. And I had never been in a dangerous care of mine. My dad is very old. and he doesn't believe in disciplining kids like I do.
Yeah.
When Aniya was in my dad's care,
Mm-hmm.
she broke his glasses.
Yeah.
She was disrespectful towards my dad.
Yeah.
Because he was very light with kids.
Yeah.
She had several bruises on her from my dad's house.
Yeah.
I would call my dad and ask him. She's just being a kid. She was just being clumsy.
Okay. So in September of 2016, the daycare documented bruises on her face, eye, and arm. Do you remember what you told them about that?
I don't remember shit. My daughters, no, I don't remember nothing.
Okay.
But I know these bruises where they came from.
Which bruises?
All the bruises. Aniya never once had a bruise from me. Aniya never once had a bruise from me. She had 2 bruises that came from Harbor Crest that I was concerned about.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't with the lady that's probably working there now. Like I said, Harbor Crest ran through so many teachers.
Yeah.
And I felt like the teachers did not even like my daughter. They would claim that she was bad. She didn't listen.
Okay. Do you, let's go over this one more time, okay? We're back to last Thursday, March 8th, okay? There was no Red Lobster, right?
No.
What was the concern on Thursday with Aniya? How was she acting on Thursday?
Aniya wasn't being herself. She wasn't acting herself. And I knew she wasn't herself.
What, did she walk at all on Thursday?
No.
She did not walk?
No.
Did she eat?
She ate a saucer. A half a circle saucer. I set her up.
All day, that's all she ate?
She didn't want nothing else. I tried to give her a pop. It's like as if she had drank it, and then she didn't want to drink it.
Okay.
I looked
So
at
she
my daughter.
wouldn't drink. Did she sit up?
I set her up.
So she would not sit up on her own?
Oh, I set her up.
Okay.
And when I look into my daughter's eyes, I can see the fear.
Yeah.
Of her just looking at me like, Mommy, why would you let him start it?
Okay. So there was no Red Lobster. We can scratch that off
No.
the table. On Thursday the 8th, Aniya did not walk. She only ate half of a circle sausage all day.
Tried to give her chicken nuggets and french fries.
She wouldn't drink, did not sit up on her own. You saw fear in her eyes. Right?
Lots of fear.
Okay.
I've been saw fear.
All right. And we've gone over the others. Anything you want to tell me about last week, Wednesday, Tuesday, or Monday? Anything happened on those days that you remember?
She wasn't walking, I know that. She wasn't walking since Harbor Crest. She wasn't walking since the wedding.
Okay, so no walking any of those days.
No.
And she has not walked on her own since Harbor Crest?
Since I lived in Harbor Crest.
Right. Is that right?
She stopped after he whooped her really bad.
Okay.
She prolonged it,
Mm-hmm.
and he said it's fake. And I said it could be because she's scared.
Mm-hmm.
He came up with the push-ups
Yeah.
and putting your arms up with her.
Yeah.
He choked her,
Mm-hmm.
held her up to the air,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't like it.
Right.
He made her hold her cheer up. I knew ever since he whooped her, that's the reason why she stopped walking.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why she stopped walking also, she didn't want to put her arms up. She didn't want to be in a push-up position. So she stopped walking. Nana was telling me down online how she didn't like Noodles. She didn't speak to Noodles. She didn't talk to him. Even when I was taking her daycare with me, he'd walk in when he bringing me lunch or whatever, And he'd be like, no, I'm not speaking. I know why she's gone. It's because of his shaking. The way he shaked her wasn't a soft shake. It was a hard ass motherfucking shake.
So do you think that if she wasn't already dead on Saturday night when he shook her before bed, that was what killed her?
The shaking. Because he did it. He's a man.
Mm-hmm.
He's strong.
Yeah.
He did it with force.
Do you think her neck might be broken?
She's little. The way he was shook her, it was very hard. And I knew it was very hard because I would tense up and I just say, babe, stop, babe, stop. And he was like, we got to stop her from walking. We got to start her to start walking.
Okay.
And I told him I can no longer go to work with her like this because it looks suspicious. People are used to me coming in daycare, not walking or whatever.
Right.
I was carrying her in the daycare and I knew it looked suspicious for a couple of days. And I told myself I had to stop going to work.
Yeah.
So I told myself, I don't know how long my daughter's going to prolong this. When I get my taxes, I'm going to pay my rent up and I'm going to stay home with Aniya.
Yeah.
She had a WIC appointment with the WIC office.
Yeah.
I didn't bring her. I didn't take her to the WIC appointment because she's not walking.
Right.
That would have looked suspicious towards them too.
Yeah.
I didn't want to take her nowhere. She can't walk. And I'm known for having her walk. I don't carry Aniya because she's older.
Yeah.
And I know it was going to look suspicious towards other people.
Sure.
So I just stayed in the house and I took care of her. And I kept telling myself, I can't just stay at home without working.
Okay.
And all along, Deonte would just be like, baby, I'm sorry. I know I'm the cause of this. I saw fear in my daughter's eyes at her. I saw fear. From the time when he did that, the shaking, the whipping, the hard whipping, because he's strong, stopped my daughter from walking. She can walk, but she stopped walking because she thought it was going to prolong to stand up to push-ups. Like I said, I knew in my heart, by the grace of God, I could have stopped it. She didn't like what was going on. She didn't like the discipline at all. And she looked towards me as if, Mommy, you don't do this. Why are you letting him do this? And I wanted to tell my brother Eric what was really going on. My sister was the reason why I stopped going around. But when Aniya started doing this after he whooped her, I really stopped going around. And I'm not stupid. I know people want to know what is going on, what's up. He was very harsh with her.
Okay.
And I let it prolong to do that.
Okay.
As if, like he said, it'll work. It'll make her walk.
We're almost done. Okay. I need to take a quick break. You need anything while I'm gone? I'll be back in a minute. More water?
No, something to eat on. Like
Eat?
a Snicker. Not a Snicker, but like
I do have some things.
a granola bar.
Yeah, I do. I'll be right back.
And I could smooth it.
Be right back.
couldn't stop this. I couldn't stop this. I couldn't stop it.
Found your granola bar.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. I don't want to keep you up too much longer. Okay. We both need some rest. But I want to give you the opportunity that if Aniya could read this, if she had survived, what you would write her in an apology letter, okay? Are you willing to do that? Okay. I'll leave you a couple pages, okay? I'm not in here trying to judge you or watch over you.
I know, it's not it.
Okay.
I can't stop
So it's probably going to be helpful for you to write that down, okay?
it.
Take as much time as you want, okay? Tissue here if you need it. I'm going to be nearby, but I don't want to be hovering over you because I want you to write from your heart and I don't want you to worry about how I feel about what you're writing, okay? This isn't for me, okay? This is a letter between you and your daughter, okay?
Will I be able to see her?
I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question. Okay. What would you do if you could see her?
Give her a hug.
Just give her a hug.
Miss, I couldn't stop it. I knew why she was prolonging to do this, and I didn't say that. I was afraid to say something. Because he kept telling me it could work out. Do this and do that. I couldn't stop. I fucking doing this. I could have stopped it. Like, I know why she prolonged it.
Alright. I don't want you to get too upset. I want you to write your thoughts down, okay? I think it's going to be helpful for you to write your thoughts down, okay? Okay? Alright, I'm going to grab an extra pen in case this energy to run out of ink. There's one more. There's plenty more pages. You can write as long as you want. And here's plenty of pens. I don't think you're going to go through all of them, but I don't want you to not have something you need, okay? Alright, I'll check on you. If you need something, you just yell, okay?
Can y'all play some gospel music or something?
Play gospel music? That's a good question. Gospel music? I left it in the office. My boss is gonna do that for you. Okay? Will that help you? Okay. Were you brought up in the church?
Yes. I could just stop it, miss. I don't know why. Because I'm young. Because I try to be in love. I'm young as fuck. I don't know. I'm not a bad person.
No.
I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad person. God, no, I'm not no bad person. I don't mean no harm towards nobody. I don't mean no harm towards my child. I don't mean no harm. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a fighter. I don't do nothing. My daughter's gone. And I could have prevented it, but I was being a dumbass. If I would have told my brother Eric, it probably would have stopped. I should have said something
To
my brother Eric.
about what was going on.
Yes. Because
But
he
you
probably
kind of knew what was going on, right? I mean, you knew a little bit.
Because when he whooped her, and he asked me before, do you let Noodles whoop her? My mama asked me before.
Your mama asked you to.
Yes. And it surprised me when my dad asked me too, and I said,
Sure.
no.
Yeah.
My mama knew he did, because she kept asking over and over. I'm like, no. I'm like, no, he don't. She knew it, because she's a mother. Just like I knew Aniya prolonged this, because she was afraid of me. My own brothers told me she was acting weird ever since I started dating him. I better fucking stop, and I did. It led to this. Oh, God.
Can we just